morning, Honorable Chair, fellow public members of the Senate Committee on Finance. On behalf of the Department of Education, we extend our gratitude on behalf of the Department of Education. We extend our fiscal year for this opportunity 2026 to present GAA budget and discuss the fiscal year. This dialogue reflects our shared commitment to strengthening the education sector. This dialogue reflects ensuring that every Filipino learner has access to quality and ensuring that every Filipino learner has access to quality. Our presentation will outline the key priorities and reforms. Our presentation will outline the key priorities, investments aimed at improving learning outcomes, expanding investments aimed and resilient school environments, supporting teachers and resilient school environments, empower learners, supporting teachers and advancing programs that directly empower learners and communities. For the first time, again, the DepEd has been granted a budget of more than for the first time, again, the DepEd has been granted a budget of more than $1 trillion pesos. This unprecedented funding confirms the and we thank the Senate Committee on Schools for this and teachers. And we thank the Senate Committee on Finance. Beyond the trillion peso headline, our commitment is realized through our trillion peso headline. Our commitment is realized through our priority programs. 8 of which first we will highlight one, basic education facilities. Next slide. For the first one, basic education 4.7 billion is allocated to build nearly 25,000 billion is allocated through the flexibility provision that allows for national government agencies, through the flexibility local government allows for national government civil society organizations, local government units, and civil society organizations. DepEd aims to deliver more classrooms within the year. DepEd has already signed more classrooms with the provinces, and the DepEd has already signed MOAs with the provinces. Additionally, and the SAROS for learning continuity spaces and last mile. Additionally, the SAROS for learning continuity spaces and last mile. And then furthermore, by the DBM, soon within the week or next, we will be requesting the SARO for a portion. Soon within the week or next, we will be requesting the SARO for a portion of the new classroom construction. Next slide. Number 2 would be the school-based feeding program. Learning does not begin Number with 2 would be the school-based feeding program. With a healthy body. Learning does not begin with books alone. Recognizing this, the allocation of 24.7 billion pesos. Recognizing this, the allocation of 24.7 billion pesos supports learners provision of hot meals to 4.64 million. By expanding the coverage to all kindergarten and grade 1 learners, by expanding the coverage to all kindergarten and grade 1 learners, this initiative strengthens the foundation critical role in development, growth, proper nutrition. Plays a critical role in attention directly released to the regional 11.8 billion for fiscal year 2026 to the regional implementation. While the remaining amount is for issuance of implementation. Guidelines on the remaining amount is for issuance of utilization. Guidelines on the implementation, PSF utilization, are being prepared and are due for release by Q2 of this year. Are being prepared. National orientation will be conducted by Q2 of this year. And the national orientation will be conducted within the week. Next slide. ARAL program to address persistent learning gaps. 8.9 billion ARAL to address persistent learning gaps. 8.9 billion ARAL program to deliver targeted and large-scale academic support. To deliver targeted and large-scale academic support. Monitoring funds for learning resources directly released to the regions, while 440,000 tutors directly released to the regions, while 440,000 tutors will be trained. Also, funds have been allocated for compensation of non-DepEd tutors. Also, funds have been allocated for compensation of non-DepEd tutors and for teaching overload pay of DepEd tutors. Number 4, textbooks and instructional materials. The budget provided for textbooks and instructional materials for 2026. The budget provided for textbooks to complete the provision of textbooks to all grade levels to complete the provision of textbooks. DepEd conducted all grade levels procurement activities for textbooks and conducted early procurement while we directly released funds for learning resources. While we directly released funds for ARAL program and textbooks and teaching materials for Sulu, for ARAL program and are downloading funds for the remaining grade 1 and 4 textbooks, and are downloading funds for the remaining grade 1 and senior high school core subject 10 workbooks and senior high school core subject textbooks. Next, digitalization and computerization. Next, Education must keep pace with the future, modernizing the classroom. Education must keep pace with the investing, modernizing the classroom to give our teachers the tools investing to meet the evolving demand billion to give our teachers the tools to at the same time renewed internet connectivity for nearly 6,000. At the same time, renewed internet bridges the digital divide, ensuring that no learner is left behind. Bridges the digital divide, ensuring that no learner is left behind. Are scheduled for pre-procurement this March 2026. These packages are scheduled deliveries from this March to September 2026. Target deliveries from April to September 2026. Personnel and plantilla positions. 6. Personnel and plantilla positions. 42.298 billion has been allocated to hire over 32,000 billion has been allocated to hire over 32,000 and 10,000 school counselor associates, school principals, while 8.4 and 10,000 school counselor allocated for hiring, while 8.441 billion administrative officers and 5,000 PDOs to offload administrative officers from our 5,000 PDOs. DepEd will submit all required documents by DBM for creation. DepEd will submit all required documents by DBM for creation of the while preparatory hiring activities are already being conducted by while preparatory hiring upon issuance of NOSCA being conducted by the SDOs. The SDOs may appoint the issuance of NOSCA from the pool of qualified SDOs may appoint from the pool of qualified classification of position. 6.1 billion has been allocated for the reclassification of positions. 6.1 billion has been allocated for the reclassification of positions so that qualified teachers do not as of March 1, 2026 before being promoted. 23,076 teachers have been promoted through ECP with the passage of RA 12288 or the Career Progression System for Public School Teachers and School Leaders Act. Guidelines are underway for the expansion of further of career growth to Master Teacher 6 and School Principal 5. Basic education curriculum. Enhancing teaching quality is the focus of our 5.5 billion investment in pedagogy workshops, which would reach 800 teachers nationwide. This allocation also supports 215 library hubs and specialized curricula for work immersion and adaptive learning, providing educators and learners with the resources they need to thrive. Finally, disaster preparedness. With 3.7 billion, we are strengthening resilience in education through early warning systems and mobile emergency learning centers. These investments ensure that learning can continue uninterrupted even in the face of climate and environmental challenges, protecting both students and educators while safeguarding their education. The market survey activities have been conducted for the LCS with the help of experts, and procurement activities are set to commence in March and April of this year. Next slide. Just for reference, overall, as of December 31, 2025, the total allotment of DepEd was 879.16 billion, 822.22 billion of which, or 93.51%, have been obligated. Next slide. Shown here is the summary of DepEd's 2026 obligation and disbursement requirements by expense class. The table reflects the financial resources needed to support ongoing operations and personnel commitments as well as capital investments. These figures ensure continuity of services and to enable the department to meet its annual program targets. Next slide. Finally, DepEd will continue to strengthen its transparency and accountability initiatives in order to ensure that funds are spent well, allocated to programs that impact learning outcomes, respond to the needs of our learners and teachers, and address concerns raised by EDCOM2 and our stakeholders. These are being done by ensuring schools and learning outcomes data are available in Project Bukas in the DepEd website. Monitoring and evaluation systems are also in place. Engaging partners in the use of data, research, and evidence for program formulation and design. And finally, leveraging advanced technologies for improved data collection and monitoring. Next slide. I think that's my final slide. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, USEC C, and later on we'll be drilling down on some of the key programs of the different education agencies. Admittedly, we cannot cover all kasi napakadami if you include the other agencies. So we'll just talk about the key programs, the ones that receive big allocations as well as persistent underutilization of programs. So we'll discuss that later on with the different agencies. We'll do the presentations first, and then we'll go on to discuss the different key programs of the agencies. We'll call on TESDA for their presentation.
Senator, can we differ first? Kasi meron po kaming inaayos pa. Dinadagdag kami.
Okay.
Thank you po.
We'll call on Ched. Chair, no less than the chair of the Commission on Higher Education is here with us to share her plans and programs for 2026. So we call on Chairperson Shirley Agrupis.
Thank you very much. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, to our champion in the trifocal education in the Philippines, the Senate Chairperson, Senator Gatchalian, and to our partners in advancing quality education in the Philippines. Again, naimbag nga bigat amin. So thank you for this opportunity. I really chose to come to the Senate. In fact, there is a parallel session now in the Congress. So I sent our representative in the Congress because I feel it more essential for me to personally present the spending plan for key programs of the Commission on Higher Education, considering the fact and knowing the challenge that bibigyan namin kayo ng funding na hinihingi nyo, siguraduhin nyong may spend ng maayos, and that we will commit. The Commission on Higher Education respectfully present its fiscal year 2026, Honorable Chairperson, in compliance with the request of the Senate Committee. Now, this presentation outlines the agency's 2026 fund allocation and proposed utilization of resources in support of its mandate to promote equitable access to relevant and quality higher education, strengthen institutional capacity, and advance national development priorities through the now popularized CHED Achieve agenda. I would like to emphasize here that the 2026 budget of CHED was proposed in response to the pain points in higher education. I will present just the pain points here. Everybody knows that we have been struggling to address the fragmented education system, lack of demand-driven, nationally coordinated human capital development of a framework, limited mechanism to harness HCI research and innovation expertise, lack of integrated, interoperable higher education data systems, non-inclusive and impactful internationalization programs, outdated organizational structure, governing policies, and weak stakeholder feedback mechanisms. All these are confirmed by the report of EDCOM 2 in their turning point. These are the driver that led CHED to come up with the Achieve agenda to address all these pain points in higher education. So the CHED's budget trend, can you please move to the second slide, please? The CHED budget's trend from 2023 to 2026 demonstrates overall growth with a temporary adjustment in 2025, followed by a substantial increase this year. substantial exponential increase this year, reflecting intensified government investment in access, quality, and institutional strengthening in higher education. Marami pong salamat. True enough that this is a very special year for the Commission on Higher Education, a turning point indeed, because from 2025 we have a tremendous increase of 51.82%, 26%. So, the Commission on Higher Education, guided by the Achieve Agenda now, the CHED's framework for the 2026 budget execution, the spending plan aligns resource allocation with the agency's strategic priorities. I will not discuss the details of the Achieve Agenda, but what I am emphasizing here, Honorable Chairperson, is that the budget given to us will be allocated to the five major pillars in higher education: access and success, quality and excellence, internationalization, social responsibility, good governance, and management. Next slide, please. I will not also be diving deep on these different trusts, but just to impress our chairperson that the implementation or realization of the set target deliverables across the five trusts in higher education cannot be done by the CHED alone. So we've been coordinating closely with the trifocal education leaders. That's why all the goals set, as we can see here, the increased number of unemployed college graduates, which is 2.54 million people, reduced job skill mismatch, address poor functional literacy, increased number of skilled human capital in priority areas, increased technopreneurship are the strategic goals that we need to address or want to attain under Trust 1 and Trust 2, Mr. Chair. If we move to the next slide, please. Now, the Trust 3 include ongoing initiative of the Commission on the monitoring and mapping of Philippine higher education, HEI SDG initiatives. I am strongly presenting this because yesterday I attended the Economic Cabinet Cluster meeting where CHED presented the Focus RDI agenda, which is to address the 11 Sustainable Development Goals. The gist of the presentation is that it is very painful to note that out of the 176 countries who signed for the Treaty on the 11 Sustainable Development Goals, Philippines is hardly at the middle. Why? Maybe because the more than 2,000 higher education institutions in the Philippines may not be harnessed to the fullest. So all the funding that we are directing now for the research development and innovation of CHED, of higher education institution, is directed to the funding of the 17 SDG, Honorable Chair. And on March 10 to 12, we will be having the Higher Education Summit, where all the presidents and representatives from the private and local university colleges will be in attendance in order for us to present this challenge. Because it is our goal to really elevate the status of our country in UNESCO. Next slide, please. And just to in Trust 4, this is our impact again. Again, this is again in partnership now with the Department of Foreign Affairs by enhancing our established partnership with the different institutions. The goals that we are going to implement here, to attain here, is to really enhance the not only to enhance the global visibility of our higher education institution, but to elevate the global competitiveness of our graduates in the tertiary education. Next slide. Now, let me now go to the 2026 GAA summary. The presentation before this is just to impress that while we got the big slice for the 2026 budget because of the enormous goals set before us under the achieve agenda of CHED, and time is the essence. That's why I presented this in preparation for the 2027 budget requests. Now, let me now go to the details of the 2026 GAA fund that we have received. In total, we receive about 47,521,208,286,000, broken down as you can see in the slides. First is the regular, and then locally funded. Next slide, please, before you go back. And then go back to the first slide. Now, I want to emphasize here, Honorable Chair, that of the 47.5 billion, 45.3 billion is allotted to Higher Education Development Fund. 95.4% of the total allotted to CHED ay nandun po sa scholarship capacity building. Kaya po medyo pagkataray akong tumawag noon kay Attorney Kat. Ano akala nyo sa CHED? Scholarship agency. Kasi because dumami yung aming imo-monitor, if we maintain the number of employment, talaga pong mag-roller coaster po kami to implement and spend it accordingly. Pasensya na po, Attorney Kat, kung sinabi ko yan sa iyo. Anong akala nyo sa CHED? Scholarship agency. But even with this limited percentage of allocation in our manpower, we will commit that we will deliver it through enhanced policy and recalibrated guidelines. Next slide, please. Just to highlight, out of the 95% allotted for student access and financial assistance, these are the breakdown. The universal access to quality tertiary education is divided into four categories. The TESDA, the free higher local university and colleges, kami po ang nagdi-disburse niyan. Yung mga SUK, idinediretso sa SUK. The SUK sa deficiencies, kasi po, in addition to the 7.8 billion that we uprooted from our savings in HEDF in order to stop the agony of our 113 SUKs which have been pleading and praying for the release of the deficiency from 2022 to 2025, inirelease na po namin. Nasa amin na po yung counterpart ng GAA ng 4.4. We have yet to request the 7.8. Ayaw po namin ng staggered release, so we would like to solicit the help of our chairperson to help us get the 7.8 so that the first month of this quarter will be released at one time. Kasi po kung patingi-tingi, magagalit sa akin si President Tirso. So for TDP continuing, ito po yung amount niya, and the TDP new, ito po yon. So we already set the number of beneficiaries, as you can see in the slides. And the tulong dunong, which is the Congress allocation, we have 2.7 with the target beneficiary of 360. Before we were given the opportunity to present this, we already have a one-on-one meeting with the chairperson of the budget in the Congress, Congressman Swan Singh, and the Speaker of the House, and the majority floor leader. Inisa-isa na po namin ito. Now, we made it the point that this can be implemented in the name of transparency. It is very clear since tinitingnan nyo po yung test. Yung test namin is maraming salamat kasi yung ongoing test namin na 823,000 plus incoming are fully funded. FHE Look are fully funded. And then the TDP continuing, ay ibinigay ninyo po lahat, so walang maiiwan na TDP, and at the same time, there will be no displaced incoming new tertiary education subsidy. That we can assure. The TDP new, we are presently in coordination with focals both in the Congress and the Senate so that we can align and harmonize our guidelines so that the intended purpose of the tulong dunong will really be delivered. Next slide, please. Another one, the student access and the financial assistance, this is managed by our CHED. This is based on merit scholarship. Again, Honorable Chair, thank you for increasing this amount. For 2026, we got 1.5 for the provision of assistant and incentive scholarship and grants through student financial assistance. This is managed by CHED, not by UNIFAST. And then the Bagong Pilipinas Presidential Merit Scholarship Program, I call it the AAA Merit Scholarship Program. It is strictly guided by strict guidelines to ensure that the intention of this Presidential Merit Scholarship Program will address the 10 priority programs that are identified by EDCOM 2 in order to fill up the programs that are hard to fill. So this has a slot of 20,000 slot this year, and there are already bills filed in order to sustain this. Marami pong salamat. For the financial support to related learning requirements in allied health programs, ongoing coordination with the focal in the Senate. For the post-baccalaureate, again, this is dedicated to enhance the capacity of our teachers and our support system, of our support personnel. The financial assistance for postgraduate students, this is managed by CHED OSDS with increased amount with the target beneficiary of 2.523. Honorable Chair, there is a data, and it is challenged by DepDev, that Philippines is in the second from the bottom when it comes to the number of PhD holding position in the higher education institution. So by 2027, we will be requesting maybe to increase this funding in order to catch up with our nation neighbors. The medical scholarship and return service program, again, I attended the meeting with the Department of Health, and he is requesting additional slots, but much as we can give more than 5,000 slots, we only can accommodate 5,000 for now because of the limitation of budget. But the Secretary pleaded na kung kailangan itaas because we are in short of nurses and medicine, Honorable Chair. The subsidy for tuition fee for medical student in state university and colleges is also there. Next slide, please. For this, these are now the details, Honorable Chair, of the different POPs with the different line item budget under major POPs. I will be submitting this in the interest of time. So just to impress the Honorable Chair that we really thought of, we planned, as you can see later on in the detailed spending mechanism throughout the year. So next slide, please. Next. So these are now, so these implementing guidelines, again, I reiterate that the trust and confidence that the government had entrusted to the Commission on Higher Education, we make sure that this will be properly allocated with transparency, anchored on integrity. So we revisited all the guidelines, all the POPs that is not covered by guidelines, we are coming up with guidelines. So lahat po ng mga guidelines ng TES, because this time we only respect the list coming from DSWD. We already have a blood compact that there is no insertion, there walang maiiwan yung ibinigay ng DSWD na 4 pieces English na clean data now, it's already cleaned, yun po yung bibigyan namin. And we are going to have a regional caravan. We will be, we already started in Region 1, 2, 3, and CAR. And we will upload it after getting clearance from the
third complaint. Kasi hindi naman po kailangan
without violating the personal data privacy, we will be uploading. I hope that the learner's reference number, which is the effort of the trifocal education system, will be finished soon, so that that will be the one to be downloaded down to the municipal level. So in the implementation of English, nakita ni President Tirso, sigurado po pupuntahan niya agad ako mamaya. The implementation of the English laboratory phase is dedicated to address the literacy of our students. Next slide. So, hindi ko po babasahin lahat. Again, these are ready for submission, Honorable Chairperson. There are those guidelines that are still pending and subject to discussion with the concerned focal, both in the Congress and in the Senate. Next slide. So for the procurement plan, we also have, we spent several days in order to avoid and increase the BUR of CHED. By the way, ang BUR ng CHED last year is unsatisfactory. 2024. So we work so hard in order to elevate it to very satisfactory for 2025. And for 2026, I will challenge my team to make it outstanding. Next slide. That is the commitment. So lahat po yan, nandyan po lahat. There is going to be a quarterly and monthly targets. And we set a mid-year and year-end planning. Mid-year is set in order to have a catch-up plan. So lahat po naka-lay down na according to POPs and the line item budget every after major POPs. Next slide.
In such a manner as to possibly justify.
So again, the project program outcomes is also well defined now with the compass that we have established under the Achieve Agenda. Every letter in the Achieve Agenda, which is the 7 strategic goal of CHED, is well defined and with measurable outcome, Honorable Chairperson. Next slide. So lahat po yan, we are ready for submission with the hope that our effort to rationalize our organizational structure in CHED, we manage 2,000 higher education institutions, 4.2 million students, 39,000 academic program. In order for us to implement the real mandate of CHED, we really need to rationalize our organizational structure. So monitoring and accountability measures are also laid down. We have the indicators monitored, and we already specified. This has been agreed by the directorate and offices concerned, how often they are going to report. I hope that with this ambitious monitoring and accountability measures can be embraced by the present manpower across the country. With all these numbers at hand, we only have less than 900 manpower across the region.
She approves the disbursement.
Next slide.
Does this mean as well
So
that she
again,
is the
compliance
signatory in all
measure
the
nandyan na
necessary
rin po,
forms?
and we are ready to submit. Please bear with me until the end. Just to impress, I am aware of the time slot. Ninitaan na ako na Attorney Kat, I move fast now. Compliance measure. So, we are kasama niyo po kami in investing the future of the Philippine higher education. Yun po, and marami pong salamat.
Thank you. And I appreciate Chair Agrupis itong, can we flash this itong monthly and
May we confirm
quarterly
as well
targets?
that in several
Can we flash
documents
this,
that you
slide
attach or
30?
the complainants attach to the
Although
impeachment complaint,
we will not go
this bear
into
at
detail,
least the signature
although
of
this is
the
what
Vice
I
President?
was expecting from
Some of them?
DepEd actually. No?
Some
So
of them.
because
Alright.
of the sheer
Some of the
amounts
aspects
allocated to
are
DepEd,
taken care of by
wanted
the
to appreciate
testimonies
the
of the,
monthly and monthly
responsible
targets.
officials also of
Kung
the
kung
Office of
gusto
the Vice
natin
President,
talagang
because the Vice
paspasan yung
President himself
gastos,
is the ultimate responsible
dapat every
officer
month meron tayo
in the
talagang
disbursement of,
nagagawa.
and the
For
use
example,
of this
but later on I'll
confidential
ask that to
funds.
DepEd. If we're
Thank
targeting
you.
24,000
Any other more
classrooms,
Any other member who wish
a
to
month.
manifest on the
So dapat,
first
in short,
ground of impeachment of the third
at
impeachment
least
complaint?
2,000
The Honorable Suntay?
classrooms.
Thank you.
24,000 classrooms a year.
Madam
At
Chair,
least
sa ating mga
2,000
kasama
classrooms
dito sa
a month.
komite,
Diba?
bago
And
tayo
I'll show
pumasok sa
later on
substance
why
ng,
that is
complaint
physically
number 3, mahalagang
impossible
balikan muna natin
in the past. But
ang
I'm
tungkulin
sure
natin sa
Yusek
ilalim
Edson
ng
will
rules
make
of
it possible.
impeachment.
Diba? So
Ang mandato-
we'll discuss that
ang,
later on. So that's
mandato
why
ng
I'll drill
committee
down
nito
to
ay
the
simple,
different
ngunit matigas.
programs. We'll go to
Tiyakin ang
TESDA,
bawat impeachment
after,
complaint na dinala sa
TESDA will
kapulungan
also-
ay
I
pumasa
understand that PASOK also
sa
has a
pamantayan ng
presentation.
batas. Kaya ang panawagan ko sa bawat membro ay pairali natin ang parehong antas ng pagsusuri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to
inaasahan sa
share
anumang
about the
legal
plans of the
proceeding.
agency. At
Maingat,
the onset,
patas,
Mr.
at
Chair,
walang
on
kinikilingan.
behalf of Secretary Kiko Benitez
Ang
and
tanong
the
sa harap
entire
natin
TESDA
ngayon ay hindi
family,
kung political
we would like
controversy,
to
kundi kung
thank
ang complaint
you,
ba ay
Mr. Chair,
naglalaman
and
ng
this
ultimate
committee
facts.
for
Na kung
the support and
ipagpapalagay
for
na totoo,
championing
ay
TESDA's
bumubuo
budget.
ng impeachable offense sa ilalim
And
ng Rule,
in general
ng Rule
po,
3, Section
maraming
5.
salamat
Mahalaga rin tandaan natin na
shepherding
meron na
the,
tayong established standards
historically
ng
highest
committee ito.
budget for education.
Dahil,
and for the first time,
nang,
we
ilang,
breached the
linggo lang
4%
nakaraan,
UNESCO
dumaan
benchmark
din sa committee na ito
for
yung
education
impeachment
budget
complaint laban
as a
sa
percentage of
Pangulong
GDP.
Marcos.
And for TESDA, Mr. Chair,
Mula sa mga naunang
maraming salamat po sa suporta that from around 17 billion on average in the past 5 years, we are now at 26 billion. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. At this point, we could now proceed to the presentation of the agency. Next slide, please. As already mentioned, Mr. Chair, TESDA has the highest budget in its history at 26.06 billion pesos. Again, thank you for the support. Ang breakdown po nito, Mr. Chair, ay 86% for MOE, 12.8% for personnel services, and only 1.1% for capital outlay. Later on, we will be able to see po why for capital outlay, this may be the case why 1.1% lang po. Next slide, please. So in terms of breakdown po for our PS, Mr. Chair, for the 3.35 billion budget for 2026 for PS, andito po ang regular PS requirements, ang general management and supervision, at ang mga administration ng personnel benefits. I will not dwell on the PS. We will discuss more on the MOE budget of TESDA. Next slide. Malaking bahagdan po ng budget ng TESDA ay MOE, really for operations and the implementation of its regular programs. Sa 2026 po, it's 22.42 billion and 19.46 billion po ay para sa scholarship programs. Dito din po naka-lodge ang budget for regular operations, for foreign assisted projects, at ang Information System Strategic Plan funds or ang tinatawag nating MITHI to support the digital transformation of the agency, and for this year this is around 211 million. We just want to highlight, Mr. Chair, ang breakdown ng ating scholarship funds for 2026. Sa 19.46 billion funding po for scholarship programs ng TESDA, malaking bahagdan po dito ay sa TWSP or Training for Work Scholarship Program, totaling 8.061 billion pesos. Dahil po sa inyong suporta at pag-champion ng increase sa budget sa TWSP, nailagay din po ang special provisions for the prioritization of livelihood program. I'm sorry, I'm nalilito lang po ako sa columns. For TWSP, Mr. Chair, dahil din po sa inyong pag-support at pag-champion, nailagay din po sa special provision ng TWSP yung priority programs natin for manufacturing, for electronics, for AI and digital upskilling. For STEP po, we have 3.7 billion for 2026 at dito din po sa pag-discuss po natin noong budget hearing dahil sa intervention po ninyo at ni Senator Loren Ligarda, naipasok din po ang special provision that prioritizes 4th, 5th class municipalities. Next po is ang sorry po, balik lang po sa slide. Sa UACTE, we have 5 billion po for 2026. Kasama po dito yung 300 million for the Bagong Pilipinas Merit Scholarship Program, which is also being implemented by CHED. Sa TTSP po, nandito po ang ating suporta para sa mga enterprise-based training at para sa mga near hires. Meron pong 1.6 billion pesos for 2026. Gusto din po nating i-highlight ang budget for 2026 para sa training ng mga child development workers. Ito po, Mr. Chair, ay isa sa mga prioridad ninyo at maraming salamat po sa paglalaan ng budget at atensyon para sa ating mga child development workers as part of the recommendations of EDCOM and as also mandated under a new law, RA 12064. And then, nandito din po ang 500 million for micro-credential courses ng TESDA. Next slide. Sa MOE din po makikita ang iba't ibang initiatives na sinusuportahan po ng Senado at ng Kongreso. Nandito po ang budget for assessment and certification for senior high schools learners. We have 348 million for 2026. Nandito din po ang around 100 million na competency assessment and certification for workers. At ang target po nito mainly ay ang ating mga OFWs sa pamamagitan po ng Overseas Assessment Program ng TESDA. Nandito din po ang programa para ma-expand ang number of accredited assessors with 57 million for 2026. We just also want to highlight the support for enterprise-based training, also a new law championed by no less our Chair. We have 30 million for the online portal for EBIT program management. We have 20 million for support integrators, also part of that law, RA 12063, and 5 million for the strategic communications to promote enterprise-based training. Next slide. Dito po ang 296 million budget for capital outlay. Dito po nakalodge ang procurement po ng equipment as part of our information system strategic plan funded by MITHI at iba't ibang procurement activities for motor vehicles and for construction of facilities. Although, Mr. Chair, for 2026, dalawa lang pong capital outlay, civil works ang included sa budget ng TESDA. But later slides, makikita natin that we still have the funding from CPTVETs that support the construction of regional innovation centers, regional TVET innovation centers as funded by ADB financing. Next slide. Gusto din po namin i-highlight that aside from the provisions in the under TESDA, mayroon din pong mandato na inatas sa TESDA under the provisions of OPAPRU to facilitate and promote peace education. Dito po pumapasok ang ating mga programa para sa decommissioned combatants at sa mga kababayan po natin na apektado ng peace situation sa Bangsamoro. Next slide, we also want to highlight isang bagong mandato din po na ginawad sa TESDA under the provisions of DPWH na dapat magkaroon ng programa para sa mga construction workers na maaaring maapektuhan dahil sa pagbabago ng priorities sa DPWH projects. At this point, Mr. Chair, we want to highlight the utilization plan and the quarterly targets for TESDA. Gusto po naming banggitin na sa 26 billion po na iginawad sa TESDA for 2026, around 6 billion po dito ay for later release according to DBM. We have, however, already submitted our request para po bigyan na po ng SARO ang for later release ng mga pondo para po masunod itong quarterly targets in terms of utilization ng ating budget. Sa kaliwang bahagi po ang ating BUR targets, ang obligations target po natin, we aim that by quarter 1 for already comprehensively released allotments, obligate na po natin 30% by quarter 1. And I just want to highlight that by quarter 3, we are aiming to have a BUR rate of around 78% already, Mr. Chair. This is also ambitious on the part of TESDA because historically, by around September, when we present to the Congress and to the Senate, we are just at around 50% BUR. But for 2026, we are aiming, Mr. Chair, to achieve 78% BUR for those comprehensively released allotments. In terms po of DUR, disbursement target, we aim to, by this first quarter, we aim to have 22.44% DUR. And at the time that we will come back to the Senate to report to you, Mr. Chair, during the budget season, we hope to be able to report to you 74%, 75% DUR. Paano po natin gagawin ito? Ito po ang mga laman ng mga susunod na slides. Ito pong budget for 2026 ng TESDA at ang ating utilization plan at spending plan ay nakaangkla sa value proposition that TESDA will provide training to trabaho. At nakalatag po ito sa 8-point agenda ng ating Secretary Kiko Benitez. Kung meron pong 7-point achieve agenda ang CHED, meron pong 8 ang TESDA dahil competitive po tayo. Yes, ma'am.
The best, you mean the best?
The best pa to, Senator, Mr. Chair. At kayang-kaya i-achieve, Chair. Madali po itong tandaan dahil ang 8-point agenda po ng ating ahensya ay A to H, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. At ang mga nabanggit po nating mga allocations at allotments kanina ay para po sa 8 priority agenda ng ahensya. Hindi ko na po iisa-isahin. Next slide po. We want, of course, to dwell on the scholarship programs dahil ito po ay ang pinakamalaking percentage ng budget ng TESDA. At ito po ang number 1 sa 8-point agenda, which is providing access, expanding access. So, sa TESDA scholarship programs po, gaya po ng nabanggit ko kanina, may iba't ibang sources at iba't ibang bahay, kung so to speak. So andyan po ang TWSP, Training for Work Scholarship Program, which is targeted towards a certain sector and has corresponding programs or courses actually. Nandyan po ang PESFA, which is for really marginalized sa poorest of the poor po nating learners. Andyan po ang STEP, Special Training for Employment Program, which is community-based. Andyan po ang UACTE program, which is the program that supports learners in 3-year diploma programs. Next slide. Andyan po ang TTSP, Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program, which is the program that supports enterprise-based education and training, upskilling and retooling of the workforce. We have a new, very dedicated program for child development workers to support the professionalization of teacher aides at daycare centers and child development centers in the country. This is pursuant to RA 12199 and as championed by the chair. And lastly, the 500 million that I mentioned for micro-credentials, we call it LEAP, Lifelong Employment and Advancement Program. This is for the programs or courses that will micro-credential courses that will address the skills gaps of near hires. Next slide. We also have scholarship programs with partner agencies as mandated by other laws. We have the RCEF, RAESP program as part of the provisions of the Rice Tarification Act. This is co-implemented with DA. We also have the CFSP, co-implemented with the Philippine Coconut Authority. And we also have Chuper Scholar with the DOTR. Kanina po nabanggit natin yung special provisions under UPAPRO and DPWH. Ginagawa na din po ito ng implementing guidelines, joint implementing guidelines with the partner agencies. Mr. Chair, sinama lang po namin just for the consumption of the body, ano po ang laman ng mga scholarship programs natin, ano po ang inclusions. Kasama po dito yung skills training, kasama po dito ang assessment, at meron pong allowance o tinatawag nating training support fund. Next slide. Mr. Chair, in the past po, ang allocations at ang distribution ng scholarship funds po natin ay disproportionate towards more traditional skills. We have that presentation before the Senate before na makita natin ang number 1 program na may allocations po for scholarship ay Driving NC2. Ang direction po ng ating Secretary Kiko Benitez is that we shift, while we understand and recognize that there are needs for drivers, for example, we have also we feel the pressure po when we understand the urgent necessity to shift our distribution and allocations to emerging industries, strategic industries. So as part po of a more rational, more targeted, more focused allocation and distribution of scholarship funds from our various scholarship programs, we want to, and this is already, Mr. Chair, part of the omnibus guidelines for scholarship that we already issued in January. So ang number 1 priority po ay ang sectoral priorities na indicate po at malinaw na enumerated sa GAA special provisions. Nandyan din po ang pag-target sa mga basic sectors, priority beneficiaries. Nasa special provisions po din ng GAA na naipasok as an amendment sa House ang pag-una sa basic sectors as defined under the Magna Carta for the poor, at kasama din po sa pag-prioritize ang mga poor municipalities gaya po ng nabanggit ko na kanina. Kasama din po, of course, ang criteria natin para sa mga providers. We want quality assured TVI or institutions ang at maka-avail po ng mga scholarship allocations natin. Next slide. In terms of sectoral priorities, we just want to show here the 10 priority sectors, Mr. Chair. And then, next po, in terms po of how to operationalize the prioritization, we based also on area-based demand signals. We call it area-based and demand-driven skills mapping, which at this point is already granularized to the district level. So, mas makita po natin ano talaga ang pangangailangan, ano talaga ang relevant na skills, ano ang skills needs and skills gaps in a particular area, at yun ang mabigyan natin ng suporta. Next slide. In terms po of target beneficiaries, kanina napahapyawan ko na po, but we are also delineating and clearly identifying special clients and sectors that will be prioritized under the different scholarship programs. Kanina po nabanggit ko sa TWSP, these are for we are orienting this towards low income learners, and then for STEP, these are for the basic sectors, and for 4Ps beneficiaries. PESFA are also for poor households. UWACTE is for diploma program learners. But as part of the commitment to the Bagong Pilipinas Presidential Merit Scholarship, Mr. Chair, meron pong portion ng UWACTE ang para sa maaaring middle income but deserving students. Sa TTSP po, babanggitin ko lang po ulit na para po ito sa mga NEET but also for those in-service workers that might need upskilling, kaya po oriented ito towards enterprise-based training. Hindi ko na po iisa-isahin ng iba. Next slide. Lastly po, as part of our rationalization of allocations, we want to apply this criteria for our institutions, Mr. Chair. So dapat po compliant sa mga quality assurance audits, kailangan pong malinaw ang absorptive capacity, and dapat po aligned sa regional and provincial skills priorities. Next slide. Ito po ay iba pang mga criteria that we established as part of really quality assurance process natin for our institutions. Next slide. Mr. Chair, ito po ang rubrics for the determination of the eligibility of institutions that will be able to avail of the scholarship allocations natin. Makita po natin, seryoso po tayo in terms of the relevance of the skills training that they will provide to economic situation and labor demand signals po. Kaya po 30 points ang binibigay natin in terms of ano ba ang pathway towards employment ng mga scholarship programs na ika-conduct. Ito po ay pagtalima sa direksyon ng training to trabaho ng TESDA. Next slide. Mr. Chair, kanina po na-highlight natin na for 2026 maliit po ang budget ng for capital outlay ng ahensya. Tinitingnan po namin ito baka dahil nga po may malaking pondo under SIPTIBETS, which is the ADB funded project ng TESDA. But already, Mr. Chair, we are accelerating utilization of the funds under SIPTIBETS. Next slide. Meron pong kaming targets din po at quarterly targets in terms of civil works, how to utilize the budget for civil works, which is around 80% of the SIPTIBETS budget. Next slide. Next slide. dito po dinidetalya natin, Mr. Chair, yung mga regional TVET Innovation Centers na already awarded and for award this quarter 1. Gusto na din po nating simulan dito po sa bandang dulo yung procurement ng equipment for IT but also for the training equipment na ilolocate po sa mga innovation centers na ito. Ang direksyon po ngayon ng ahensya ay kung pwedeng mag-simultaneous activities, procurement activities na din po para sa iba't ibang components ng SIPTVETs. Ito, Mr. Chair, ang procurement plan in terms po of the other capital outlay items for 2026, which includes, as I mentioned earlier, the procurement of equipment for our information systems. So meron pong mga computer units na kailangang bilhin. Meron din po dyan ang starter toolkits under STEP, motor vehicles, at iba pang equipment para sa skills Olympics or skills competition that we conduct every year. Next slide. Mr. Chair, nahuli lang po, but ito po ang targets namin for scholarship. So sa 19.4 billion po na budget, meron ba dyan ang yung per quarter? Yung next slide. So ito, Mr. Chair, ang per quarter po na spending plan and utilization plan for our scholarship funds for 2026. Hindi ko na po iisa-isa, Mr. Chair, but we will submit also the sheets for this, Mr. Chair, for your perusal. Alright. Yan na yun. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po ulit sa suporta at sa patuloy na suporta sa TESDA. Maraming salamat.
Yes, pasok. In kanina sinabi mo, DDG Galo, na 76%. Ang target nyo this year, 76%?
Yes, sir. By third
Actually,
quarter
maliit
po.
yun.
By third quarter, Mr. Chair.
Kasi,
When we report.
86% of your budget is MOE. That means it's easier to spend rather than capital outlay. Diba? Unlike classrooms, takes time eh. Ang MOE, which is scholarship, cash ka agad yan. Bigay ka ng pera eh. No? So, dapat mas mabilis talaga yung utilization. No? So, we'll talk about that later on. No? But my point of the matter there is, if it's MOE, the utilization should be faster. It's just the admin side lang is a problem. Meaning choosing your scholars, making sure that your scholars complete the sessions, kasi may mga dropout rin, di ba? So, that's the admin side. But in terms of utilization, it's faster than capital outlay. No, that's the advantage of TESDA. So, unlike sa classroom, takes time eh. Talagang, pahabaan ng pasensya. We'll go on Pasok. We'll call on Pasok for the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. May we ask the Secretariat to place on the screen our submitted deck. Mr. Chair, will be presenting the highlights of budget given to SUCs this year, 2026. In the next slide, before I proceed with my presentation, Mr. Chair, let SUCs express our deepest gratitude to the entire Congress for the support given to 113 SUCs. And as we are mindful that is the effort of the entire Congress, let it be put in the record that it's the leadership of our chair, Sherwin Gatchalian of the Senate, Committee on Finance, that is strategically ensured that all SUCs will get a budget for our capital outlay. As you mentioned, this is the year with the highest budget for education, and I can say, as we say, this is the golden year for education. And expected of us is to have the golden harvest. And because of the budget that you gave us, the Congress gave us this 2026, we ensured that in SUCs, the pre-higher education continues uninterrupted. SUCs remain accessible to poor but deserving students, and our institutional capacities are strengthened because of this increased budget for 2026. And definitely millions of Filipinos of family benefited. In the next slide, I will forgo this slide. I will go back to this slide later. Next slide. As mentioned, this is the year where SUCs got the highest budget. Since 10 years ago, this year, 2026, we got 137 billion peso. And compared to our NEP, we got 9 billion increase as we compare that with the NEP and the GAA for 2026. So we increase in capital outlay, in MOE at the same time. For capital outlay, we got an increase of 64.88%, the highest so far, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your efforts. In the next slide, the snapshot, no? As mentioned, we have the 137 billion budget, or almost 138 billion, Mr. Chair. This will surely benefit to more than 2 million students and more than 100,000 faculty and staffs and more than 55,000 contract of service and job order workers in all SUCs in the country. In the next slide, the current budget 2026 have the following salient features. We are thankful that our deficiency for pre-higher education will be paid this year. And of course, through your efforts and benevolence of CHED, and I hear very loudly that the CHED chair is asking if we can pay in full this deficiency. Take note, Mr. Chair, this was a deficiency 4 years ago. And with the further payments for 2026, if we make it installment, it is deferred installment or deferred amortization. So that we can program properly our deficiency, we wish to be paid in full. Sana po wag na namang i-staggered. Baka abutin pa ito ng next year. And we would like also to recognize the efforts of Congress, the efforts of both the houses of Congress in ensuring a special provision to avoid this deficiency, a special language in the special provision that says that the allocation must be based on the projection of our enrollment in SUCs, not to be based in 2 years data that we have. And I think in previous years, that's the source or the cause of deficiency. The allocation was based or reference from what's the available data, which is very illogical, Mr. Chair. So thank you that you're able to provide proper language in the special provisions, that the allocation should be based on the projected enrollment by our SUCs. So the 12.3 billion deficiency, the 7.8 billion, we are thankful of CHED for allowing HADF, unused balance, to be used in payment of this deficiency. And the 4.48 billion will be from the UAQTE as allocated. Wala bang taga-DBM dito, Mr. Chair? sana
Tayong taga-DBM,
yeah,
so
yan.
later on
So we are hopeful that you will pay this amount to due to SUCs. This is not new for 2026. This is payment for 4 years debt, Mr. Chair, to emphasize. So thank you, Madam Chair, Shirley Agrupis, for pushing for the payment for this SUC deficiency. If possible po, sana one time mabayaran na kami. Kasi we have to go back to our board to reprogram how this deficiency payment will be used to, I may say, make up for the lost development, opportunities for development since 4 years ago. So that current budget, 2026, also includes 5.64 billion. That is construction, completion, and rehabilitation of our classrooms and academic building. And that also includes 50 million for future thinking and 70 million for repair. You may ask why only 70 million for repair, because usually SUCs charge repair in their internally generated funds, and maybe these are major repairs why they have 70 million. And we are thankful of these increases in MOE. We got 2.76 billion and 560 million for capital outlay. In the next slide, spending plan, of course, as you mentioned, to be allocated of a certain amount is one thing, but to spend it is quite another thing. I think we must be targeting a higher budget utilization rate. As far as GAA or MDS is concerned, SUCs always post year in or in recent years more than 80% of our GAA provisions. Now, in the next slide, we commit ourselves that we will be abiding or we will be guided by the following principles to ensure judicious spending of that budget given to SUCs. We will be following the DBM budget execution guidelines. We will be aligning with said policies on the matter. And most importantly, we will be ensuring that this will be in accordance with the revised new procurement law, the revised 9184, and I think we have a greater flexibility in the new procurement law, and we will be exhausting those provisions so that this implementation will be more expedited. In the next slide, we will be ensuring transparency, Mr. Chair. And as you know, SUCs are very faithful when it comes to transparency. We're very faithful in terms of accountability. We follow biblically the Republic Act, the new government procurement law. And everything is posted in our website, if not in the PhilJeps. The next slide, I think I will go back to my second slide, Mr. Chair, the one that I skipped deliberately. Looking forward, 2027, as we are thankful that this year we got a substantial increase in our budget. We got 137.9 or 138 billion, the highest so far. Let it be put in record that what we have proposed before NEP, before we were given the NEP, we proposed originally 292.65 billion. And in our NEP, we got 128.83. And finally, in the GAA, we got 163.82. Or no, in the GAA, we got 137.9 billion peso. So, Mr. Chair, still, though we got the highest budget this year, it's still running low compared to what we have requested. So, expectedly, come 2027, we'll be requesting more or higher budget than what we got in our NEP. It's just so unfortunate that year in, year out, when NEP is released, we got, I think, almost half, no? Only half of what we have requested. So what we are now getting from the government is not reflective of the true cost of education for the matter. So, Mr. Chair, if we go back, please go to the last slide. Prior to thank you. Okay. Mr. Chair, we commit that out of the budget given to SUCs by the government, to strengthen our capacity, we commit to fulfill, to achieve these mandates in the four view of instruction, research, extension, and above all, public service. We will ensure that every peso delivers impact. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Pres Tirso. I know that we still have other presentations, but we'll go to the major education agencies first before we call on the other agencies. The other agencies are actually part of the major programs of the four big education agencies. So we'll go back to DepEd, and I just want to drill down on the classrooms, Yusek Edson. Let me just flash on the screen the classroom. Slide 18. 18. You mean 12, sir? Ito. Ano ba yan? 15 pala. 15. So looking at the budget allocation for classrooms, this is only for classroom budget alone. Historically, at 5-year average, about 11.9 trillion. Then for 2026, the agency's NEP is 15 trillion. Then Congress, House of Representatives, increased it to 48 billion. And then in the Senate, we increased it to 67 billion. So from the original NEP of 15 trillion, it went up almost 4 times, no? To 67 trillion pesos. This is only for classroom construction. So, and then if you look at classroom repair, this is slide 17. 17. Yan. Ganun rin, ang NEP is about 6.1 trillion. House of Representatives and the Senate also increased it to 7 trillion. So, billion, not trillion. Sorry, billion pala, billion. Lilito na ako sa trillion, billion. Billion, no? Billion. So if you combine classroom construction plus classroom repair, that's about 74 billion, more or less mga 75 billion. The problem is this one, slide 16, is historically we have a poor track record of building classrooms. In 2025 might not be as updated. So ang target for 2025, let's say, is 5,000 classrooms. I think ngayon, ilan na ba? 99? 99 classrooms. So as parang zero na rin yun, Yusek Willie, no? So in 2024, 6,800 classroom, but ang na-construct 2,500 classrooms. In 2023, ang target 5,100 classrooms, ang na-construct 3,900 classroom. And if you look at the years, even 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, nagko-construct pa rin using the same budget, no? Ganun ka-delay. Ibig sabihin, budget for 2023, if you look at the budget for 2023, pero nagko-construct pa rin siya 2025, no? So it's 2 years delay, in other words. So yung yung 75 billion for construction and repair, napakalaking away yan at bate. Because of this track record, maraming legislators are not in favor for increasing the budget if we cannot spend it. No? But I know the need. No? Being the former chairman of the Basic Education Committee plus EDCOM, I know the need. And if we don't put the money, we will not forever fulfill the need. So we have to, at one point, fix the problem of implementation. It's not a problem now of budget. It's a problem of implementation looking at the track record. So my question to DepEd is, now we have a banner year, sabi nga ni Dr. Tirso, golden year for the education sector. How will you spend the 75 billion pesos in 12 months? No? Because we don't want this to recur again. Yung ganitong nakikita niyo na 2025, 99 classroom out of the 5,000 classroom. Pag maulit yan in 2026, if you look at 2026, 24,000 classrooms ang target. Meron pa kayong carry over sa 2025. May carry over pa sa 2024. So, aabot yan, tingin ko, more or less, baka nasa 30,000 classrooms ongoing, no? New and ongoing. So, how do you now assure us that at least itong 24,000 mag-umpisa at matapos maybe a year or a year and a half? At least man lang mag-umpisa, 'di ba? Si Willie. Kasi yung sa 2025, iba diyan hindi man lang nag-umpisa eh. No, hindi man lang na groundbreaking, no? Wala man ribbon cutting, no? So in 24,000 at least man lang mag-umpisa. So can you give us a detailed explanation on how you plan to execute the 24,000 classrooms?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Siguro ako medyo general lang ba kasi yung Willie mas alam yung details, no? But in the previous years po, as you would know, we are strictly limited to DPWH, and maybe for one reason or another, classroom baka mas hindi na prioritize as opposed to other infrastructure projects of the government. But now in 2026, we're spreading this out across multiple LGUs, governance levels also. So may provinces na po tayo, meron po tayong mga cities. So hopefully kung mas maliit ang number, mas kaya na po sana nilang maipatayo na to. So far naman po, lahat ng nakakausap naming LGUs, they're saying that they have the capacity, that they've been able to build classrooms before. And sinasabi nila na, yun nga, they're looking at siguro at the minimum siguro 6 months, parang ganon, na classroom construction. So with the smaller number po siguro, hopefully mas ma-achieve po natin yung gusto natin. And as you've mentioned, while we're talking about 24,000 classrooms, we don't really necessarily expect all 24,000 classrooms by the end of the year. But a lot of those should be starting already by this year. Yun lang po, meron lang pong onting technicalities on the classroom construction because the entire budget is for later release. So we have to request the allotment from the DBM. So right now, as I've mentioned earlier, probably within this week, we would be requesting already SARO for, let's say, a little less than 20 billion for the classroom construction. So para maging ready na po sila, pagka procure nila, we can transfer already the funds needed for them. Yun yung parang structure na ginagawa po namin.
I was hoping to see, let's say, and I want to focus on classroom because 1/10 of your budget is in classrooms right now. So I was hoping to see, like, for example, 24,000, 5,000 by provinces, 5,000 by cities, 5,000 by DepEd, CSO, and then January, this will be maga-groundbreak na dito. February, maga-groundbreak na dito. Again, I will not be too optimistic to see na matatapos yan within the year, but at least man lang maumpisahan. No, at least man lang. Kasi based on the historical data, ni una umpisahan hindi nangyari. No, so that's what I wanted to see. And correct me if I'm wrong, because we were also looking at the DepEd guidelines. Meron na bang lumabas na guidelines pursuant to, there's a special provision in the GAA. In the special provision, I'll read it. DepEd may enter into a MOA with other government agencies such as the Department of Public Works and Highways, qualified local government units, EFP Corps of Engineers, and then it goes on to CSOs. No? The DepEd may likewise enter into a MOA with civil society organizations and governmental organizations for the construction of buildings or engage a contractor to implement the same. Meron na bang guidelines yan? Because I remember nung mayor ako, the time ni President Aquino, they call it counterparting at that time, Willie. I think you remember this. That time, we have to put 50-50. No? The LGU put 50% of the amount, and then DepEd will put the other 50%. Right now, DepEd is more liberal. You can give the entire amount. That's a policy question, and I'll leave that to you. But I remember during that time, the guidelines were very clear. No? For example, merong cost of ang DepEd nagbigay ng prescribed cost per classroom, no? And then ang LGU dapat within that cost lang. Pag lumampas ka diyan, sagot na ni LGU, no? And then there's also a quarterly report on how the LGU is spending and constructing. We were looking for those guidelines to signal to the LGUs on how to construct. Meron na bang ganun? Because I know may MOA na. Pero alam ba ng LGU kung paano magko-construct at paano ili-liquidate? I would assume may liquidation process rin to. No? Paano ili-liquidate yung pondo? Because the reason why I'm asking, that will trigger the massive construction at the local level. No?
Mr. Chair, for the CSO guidelines, actually, kaka-present lang din po ito sa MANCOM namin just 1 or 2 weeks ago. So meron na pong draft. We're just routing it for final review and then signature of the proper individuals. But otherwise, meron na po kaming guidelines na ready na po yan soon. Magkakaroon na accreditation process and then before the CSOs can join. Right now po, we're looking at CSO implementation for the last mile schools po. Dahil yun din po yung nakita namin na yung mas gusto nilang i-implement yung mga last mile. So we'll try it out there first po. With regard po dun sa
LGUs. Lalo na LGUs, no?
Yeah.
Meron na bang guidelines?
For the LGU implementation, most of those that you've mentioned, nasa MOA po natin siya inilagay po. So the liquidation, what they have to do, yung liquidation, the reporting, lahat po yun, nilagay po namin sa responsibilities that they have to do doon po sa MOA nila po.
So the MOA will be the guiding document?
Yes.
Wala na kayong i-release na guidelines?
Yes po.
Okay. So it's a different approach. Yeah, go ahead. Yusek, baka you want to,
Yes.
if you are I know that you are from HR to classroom, no? So if you want to share so that we will understand, because I'm basing this on my magkasama yata tayo that time.
Yes,
Basing
yes.
this on my previous experience that they release guidelines so that LGUs will be guided accordingly. Right now, wala nang ganon. It's MOA na, guided by the MOA. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The MOA, the mother MOA, reflects all the roles and responsibilities of parties, and it is entirely different from the counterparting programs that we implemented years back, because the essence of the current scheme is to just transfer the money based on the agreed MOA. And then in the memorandum of agreement, it will be followed by a supplemental MOA specifying the scope of work, the details, the amount on a per project basis, and this supplemental MOA will serve as the trigger to initiate the procurement. So in effect, the supplemental MOA becomes now the authority to procure, as this supplemental MOA provides all the specific details of the project assigned to LGU or to the other agencies like the DPWH in case there will be. So that's how we look at it. But we really also provide in the supplemental MOA that the amount provided shall ensure the completion. Any additional in the program of works that may be initiated and within the minimum performance standards shall not be at the cost of the department. So kung ano yung binigay, yun na po yung kanilang gagamitin. That's how we specify that in the MOA.
And did you specify also the time frame in which they should complete the construction of the classrooms?
Given, Mr. Chair, that there are typologies of the scope of work as submitted, so we're expecting that the timeline for the construction would be different for a 1 to 2 story classroom building to multiple stories. But in the submission and in the monitoring, we are requiring them what's the timeline from the commencement of procurement up to completion and turnover. So to be more specific, because we would like to have a general timeline on the 2026 implementation, we focused this Q1 on the finalization of MOA and its supplemental, and as well as the parallel request for special yung FISARO, yung budget request, and this will also trigger the submission of program of works per project that is consistent with our MPSS and DAED, which is already provided for to the LGU partners. And in Q2, we're expecting that the processing of funds and commencement of the construction up to Q3, having the full implementation. And for Q4, hopefully, we can have at least 1 or 2 story classroom building being transferred or inaugurated. That's how we see it, the way we would like the classroom implementation be done.
So the mechanism here is the funds will be downloaded to the LGUs, correct?
We call it transfer instead, yes.
Transfer
because we
to the
cannot
LGUs, and the LGUs will undertake the construction. And then the first MOA, I understand, is more parang letter, parang intent siya, tama ba?
A mother MOA,
Yeah,
general.
parang letter of
and-
intent, parang ganyan, no?
And then specifying all of the roles, but the subsequent, the supplemental will have the details.
Okay. And when will the supplemental MOA be issued? Because I think that is the more important MOA. No?
Signing of MOA will commence the supplemental this quarter already. No, it's starting this because
First
all
quarter.
Yes, first quarter. We'll be starting with the first batch simultaneous with the SARO request, so that upon signing of the supplemental MOA, while we are awaiting for the SARO, they can commence with the procurement.
So per LGU will specify, let's say, how many classrooms they will be building, which schools, and then the amount that will be transferred. Of course, including the, I guess, the prescribed time frame. No?
Tertiary, it will be in tranches. It's not a one-time transfer of fund. So it's going to be under 50, 30, 20. And it's going to be RTA,
Okay.
resolution to award, so that wala nang suklian ba? Wala nang balikan kung if you're given 50 million and bidding is about 45 million, then the 45 million will just be downloaded on the scheme of 50, 30, 20.
Okay. So there's no more liquidation.
Yeah,
In other words,
there's
It's
still liquidation, but the liquidation would be based on RTA amount and as well as the utilization of the first tranche to the second tranche and so on.
Okay. And like I said, I was hoping to see some details on that. Just submit to the committee a detailed breakdown on how you plan to execute the 24,000 like I said, no, if you, I know that you had signing with provinces, cities. Will you also sign with municipalities or up to province lang?
That's the decision that should be coming later because we would like to manage first what has been agreed already with the province in the cities, and then some other programs under the Basic Education Facilities Fund is also going through certain discussions at the EXECOM level. For
There's already amounts per province, per city. Meron na bang, let's say, this city will have this amount, province with this amount. Is there a breakdown already?
the indicative amount because our master plan is still the basis where the LGUs and other stakeholders are getting the list. So when we say that there is a shortage in a particular school under that city, it already specifies the scope of work, and we have an indicative amount of how much can be transferred to a certain city.
Okay. Just submit to us, Yusek Willie, Yusek Edson, the breakdown of the 24,000 classrooms for 2026. How do you plan to construct, and who you will be engaging? Do you also plan to engage DPWH for this, for 2026, or it's all purely LGU driven?
There's a portion for DPWH, but it's not really that substantial because
Okay.
medyo nag-back off na rin
Yeah.
sila eh. I think last discussion was 2,000 ba? Or that's changed na ba? Alright.
Yeah. I also heard from Sec Vince that even the 2,000 from last year, they plan to give it to the LGUs also, those who want, because parang nabubulunan sila eh, no, on the ground. So just submit to, I want to see exact breakdowns eh, because that's the only way we will know whether the amounts are going to be executed within the year. That's what I'm driving at eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Once we have the final list of all the projects, we already have identified what project will be implemented by this province, by this city, and so on. And we can provide you with that list. We're just still finalizing.
When can
that.
when do you see fulfilling that list? It's dependent on your supplemental MOA, but when do you see that yung buong 24 at least majority of that naka-breakdown?
Yes, by the middle of Q2, I think we can have at least 80% of that accomplished already. For the new Mr. Chair.
For the new construction. And in the interest of transparency, will the MOA, both the initial and the supplemental, be published? Say, like for example, in our case, we don't have a copy of the MOA, to be honest about it. So, kaya akala namin, initial thinking ko, ba't wala pang guidelines? Diba? May MOA na wala pang guidelines. But now you're telling us that the MOA it will serve as a guideline. So, so in the interest of transparency, I suggest that we upload the MOA as well as which LGUs were awarded with MOAs and the amounts, no? So that we will be guided accordingly. Like for example, if the 83 provinces will be transferred with construction funds, then it's good to know how much will go to Cebu, how much will go to Cavite, how much will go to, and drill down to which areas they will be constructing. So that our constituents will know that their province received it. If the province will not, I know that some cities waive their, I think Makati yata nag-waive, no? Because obviously Makati is a sui generis yan, no? They can fund everything on their own, which is good. Then we will also know that not all cities are availing, or not all LGUs are availing. So may I suggest that we upload those information so that we will have visibility on those. No?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also lang, just to update po, Mr. Chair, just last Friday, I think, we had an online meeting attended by over 1,000 representatives of different LGUs already discussing this, the process, the procurement, the release of funds. So, alam, well, more or less alam naman nila, or they have an idea of this program. So, na-mention din namin, it's basically a MOA and then a supplemental MOA, the details are there. So, they shouldn't be expecting any guidelines to be coming forth. And then parang yun nga, it's just the supplemental MOA and then they could already commence the procurement process and we told them it's basically around 30 to 50 days dapat ma-award na yan or like may RTA na sila by then. So,
Kami naman, in the committee, we're looking at a detailed plan of how you will be spending it, or in this case, transferring the funds to the LGU, so that not only DepEd but other agencies will also be pushed, and we will also know your strategy on spending those amounts. I'm just focusing on the classroom kasi laki ng amount eh. And historically it has a very bad track record of spending it. No? So that's why, like I said, during the debates, ang daming tumaasing kilay in saying na kaya ba gastusin yan? No? But again nga, my logic is if we don't do this and fix the administrative issues kasi to eh, no? Then we will not solve the problem. No? So we will just have to force the department to solve the administrative issues, which we want to understand. No? So far, I support the LGU strategy. I think that's the fastest way. If we see kung mayroon tayong 80 plus provinces, 144, 40 plus cities, we're looking at 220 plus LGUs sabay-sabay na nagko-construct, then I'm very optimistic we can reach that target. Provided that sabay-sabay talaga sila mag-construct, no? Mabilis din sila. No? So if we're looking at March na ngayon, ma-download yung pondo around, sabi nyo, mid-second quarter, so around April, May. Si LGU naman, gagawa pa ng DAED niya, ng detailed engineering, o meron na yon? Meron na. So, bibigyan na lang sa kanila.
Program of works na lang po ang gagawin nila.
Program of work na lang.
We already provided the detailed architecture for each of the typologies na meron silang gagawin.
Okay. So, gagawin na lang nila in POW, the program of work, that normally takes maybe 2 weeks. So, by the time they physically construct, maybe around June na yan or July, around that time, more or less. No? Barring any delays on their part. No? So, yun. Kung makakonstruct natin June, July, sabay-sabay, 220 LGUs, maganda yun.
Probably 28 days na...
may bidding pa pala,
may
sorry.
Bidding, yes.
May bidding pa. Bidding is what?
Bidding.
50 days yung...
Yeah.
40 days?
30 to 50.
Oh, 15 days. So, mga around...
50.
Yeah.
Almost 2 months, di ba? Oh, kasi may publication yan, merong yung... may process rin yan. So, 45 to 60 days yan, I remember.
Mr. Chair, we're saying that once they have signed the supplemental MOA, they can commence with the bidding. So that while waiting for the SARO, the initial release of, they can already have the
But
bidding.
they have to make the program of work.
Yes.
That will be the
Mr. Chair.
basis of their bidding.
Well, as we have said, since we have already the DAED, it's a lot easier for them to follow that.
I think mga around, siguro kung second week.
Okay na. Dito lang to.
Mga around May, June. Makakabid sila mga around June na. So plus 45 to 60 days, July, August na yung actual physical groundbreaking, no? Yeah. tagal
Medyo
talaga ang,
may
government
naghihingalong
project.
isa pero yung apat daw nasa kay
we
okay
just
na.
have to keep on
Dito lang to, bro, sa likod ng bahay
We're
namin,
trying
sa
to
Palayan.
expedite what we
Medyo
can,
may
expedite or
naghihingalong
remove
isa pero yung
processes
apat
that
daw
we
nasa
can.
kay
Like,
okay
for
na.
instance,
Dito lang to,
initially, we were
bro, sa
looking
likod
at
ng bahay namin, sa
15%
Palayan.
initial
Ano?
release.
Mga foreigner
But then
daw
upon
sa kay,
discussion, we
mga
realized
rescue
na
team.
50%,
Dito
that's
may
just
nag-crash na
mobilization.
helicopter
And
dito
then
sa likod
maliliquidate
namin.
na naman sila. Ang
Sa
sayang
Barak.
na naman na oras. That's why we
Medyo
decided
may
50%
naghihingalong
na
isa pero yung
initial
apat daw
para
nasa
may
kay okay na.
mobilization ka na.
Dito
And
lang
you can
to,
also start
bro,
the
sa likod ng
project
bahay
already.
namin,
So
sa
that's
Palayan.
one thing that
Mga
we did.
foreigner
In
daw
fact,
sa kay,
in liquid
mga
yung final
rescue
stricter
team.
liquidation
Dito
without
may
compromising
nag-crash na
any
helicopter dito sa likod namin.
Ilalagay namin sa
Sa
dulo
Barak.
na siya. Para they can
Medyo
just
may
really do the
naghihingalong isa pero yung
construction.
apat daw nasa kay okay na. Dito
mapuno
lang to,
sa
bro, sa likod ng
liquidate
bahay
lang na
namin, sa
pag-liquidate
Palayan.
sa-
Mga foreigner daw sa kay, mga
So we're looking at
rescue team.
August for a massive groundbreaking activity from the LGUs. Sige. Just
Medyo
submit to us again the
may
breakdown of
naghihingalong
the
isa pero
24,000. No? I'll go to another item na I'll just touch on the major items ng DepEd kasi I know you have lots of major items. I'll touch on textbooks. We'll flash slide 20. Again, this is a major increase, particularly by the Senate this time. Slide 20, Elena. Yan. A 5-year average ng textbook is about 5.4 billion pesos. 2026, the agency got 11 billion, and then the Senate increased it to 19 billion. And during the hearing last year, we consulted with DepEd. What will it take to give our students 1:1 textbooks, all subjects, from grades from kindergarten all the way to grade 12? And this is the amount that we got, no, about 19.5 billion pesos. But historically, we'll go to the next. Historically, the utilization rate is really the problem. In 2025, the utilization rate is only 14%, meaning disbursement rate, meaning na-deliver yung libro. No? So, again, this is a huge debate during the BICAM, during the plenary because of the utilization. We're saying, dadagdagan nga yung pondo, hindi naman ma-deliver yung libro. No? So, we want to understand now, how is the department planning to utilize that 19 billion pesos and assure us that the books will be delivered 1:1, all subjects, grades K to 12. No?
Mr. Chair, we're really working very, very hard towards that. Two particular points are relevant in this discussion. The very first one is our acknowledgement in DepEd, specifically the learning systems strand, that although budgets and we go by fiscal year, our schools go by school year. And that's very important kasi in the past po, we just do things the way we want to make sure that things are obligated by December, but there's something very wrong with that because the children need the books when the school year begins. So that was the very, very first reminder po to ourselves. So we worked very hard to make sure that our processes aligned with the school year. And then that was aided po by this other point I want to raise, early procurement. We did early procurement amounting to 7 billion, which is really the last set of textbooks to complete what we need in the full rollout of the matatag. These are grades 6, 9, and 10. So, okay na po yan, nakakasa na, and then, okay na. No? But we need to make sure that our suppliers, the publishers, really deliver by May to make sure that by June, may 1:1 na po na textbook. In addition to that, we are also currently in the process of producing the lesson guides for the teachers and the workbooks for the learners. So ngayon po, okay na kami sa procurement, pero it's the monitoring to make sure that the suppliers don't request for extensions. No? So yun po.
Yusek Corazon, you mentioned 7 billion. That's for 2026. Naka-request na kayo ng 7 billion
Yes
for 20
po.
out of the 19 billion.
Yes po, na through the early procurement.
So
Pero-
naka-procure na.
Opo, pero kung
Nakabili na.
na-request na yung money mismo,
But okay yun, kung
Okay.
naka-procure na siya.
yes po.
Then at least
Yes.
we're just awaiting for publication and delivery. No?
Yes po, pero yung ready to award, resolution to award, okay na. Okay na.
Na-award na rin. So 7 billion worth of textbooks has been awarded to specific suppliers,
Opo.
different suppliers. Okay. And that will be for school year 2026, 2027.
And we want specifically to make sure that these are with the schools by June. Kasi nga po dati parang anytime during the school year kami mag-deliver.
Actually, tama ka. Actually, dumadating yung libro, tapos na yung school year eh. May maraming ganyan. Alam ni Willie to. Alam ng mga DepEd personnel. Tapos na yung school year, tsaka lang nadi-deliver yung libro. No? So, are we assured that that will not happen anymore? Again, the funds are already here. Ang kagandahan, may pondo na tayo.
Opo.
And based on the estimates, it's 1:1, all grades, all subjects. But the key here is the delivery of textbooks to our schools.
Yes.
And in the past, I know in the past, pinag-usapan rin natin to sa EDCOM, that the procurement procedure for textbook is really very cumbersome. No?
Yes.
Iba yung manuscript,
Yes.
iba yung printing, iba rin yung delivery. No? So you're
Yes.
talking to 3 different suppliers, multiple suppliers, but 3 different activities.
Yes
No?
po. And that's a practice po that we were able to correct so far. So from 461 days total process for procurement, it's now down to 145. But we took out, all those writing of the manuscript. So we went by whatever were already available in the market. So napaikli po yan. Also,
Suggestion ng EDCOM yan. Just use the existing si Sexani is member ng EDCOM, no? So he was very active during the EDCOM meeting. So I'm sure that nakuha niya yung suggestion niya doon, no? Yeah. Okay.
So bali po, Mr. Chair, siguro ang sa amin ngayon, very, very, very close monitoring na talagang as intended, kasi okay na na procure na and all, pero baka dapat bantayan po bawat step of the way.
Based on your timetable, that 7 billion, aabot siya sa
May.
Sa May. That 7 billion out of the 19, what will happen to the 12? Malaki pa yon. That's a major
Ito po
amount.
yung sa mga core grade levels. On textbooks po, meron na kasi tayong na-procure in the past, no? Yan, so at least ito po yung kailangan natin important. Pero there are other procurements like the 1.6 million kindergarten workbooks, the others po that I mentioned, teacher's manual and workbooks for the learners na very important po to ease the workload of the teachers, but maybe more importantly, for the learners to have something to work on and write on. Then there's a big one here, 18 million for the senior high school core subjects. Alam ko po, currently being finalized na po ito, yung senior high school core subjects.
So mayroong mga padating, may in-order ko yung bago. So the forecast here, pagdating ng opening of school year 2026-2027, pag pumunta tayo ng any school, Yusek Corazon, pag pupunta tayo ng any school, ang mga bata, 1:1 ang libro, any subject, any grade.
Yes.
Tama ba yon? If we go randomly check, makikita ba namin yon?
Yan po mismo yung binubulong ko kay Asek Edson
Baka
kanina.
mapaya tayo. Diba? Baka
Kasi
mapaya
kami po
tayo.
yung pupugutan ng ulo pag may nalaman
Kasi
kayo
ang trabaho
na wala.
namin to provide the funds, andun na. It's just a matter of delivering And you na-strengthen yun na-shorten yun na number of days. Really, action na lang ang kulang.
Yes
no?
po. So maybe that's what I meant when I said talaga ngayon po siguro monitoring, no, to make sure that they get there. Parang kasi we rely on paper, it's such a huge system. Pag anong dumating sa amin na deliver, di ba po? So we really have to do that.
Yung natitirang 12 billion, what is the plan for that? Because the amounts also came from DepEd, no? And we relied on your forecasting. Do you want to?
It's on one slide. Ay, ito ba yung slide na nandito?
Number sign lang.
Pero sige, ito na lang.
Page ano siya?
Funds directly released to the region.
Yan. Ito po kasi yung what I mentioned a while ago, the 7 is handled by the central office, but we're also releasing to the regions, no? And there po, nandun po sa list, to total 19 billion. Specifically po, these are the learning resources for the learners with disabilities and then the ARAL program also.
We'll flash the slide.
Ayan po.
Pa-flash na lang. Comsec. Yeah. Yan.
This one po, the one on the right-hand side. Yung 7 po, yung grade 6, 9, and 10.
So on the right-hand side, these are the plans to disburse the remaining 12 billion. Tama?
Yes po.
Mayroong mga funds directly to the regional
regions.
office.
Yes po. Isa pong malaki dyan yung grades 1 to 10 workbooks. Makita nyo po yung 5 billion. But we will release it to them because that's where procurement will be easier.
So itong downloading of funds, these are to the regional offices.
Yes po. And then I think the regions further download sometimes.
To the division.
Yes po.
Okay.
Like
So-
yung mga ARAL materials po,
Okay,
they
so
do
it's
that.
either the region or the division will procure the remaining books. Okay, but these are also textbooks. Nakita ko grade 1, grade 4.
I think generally it's a centralized procurement and then may certain lang na nada-download, for example grade 1, grade 4 for specific regions or specific divisions na wala nung mga librong yon.
Yung kulang pa sila.
Yung kulang lang nila. Yes po. But
Okay.
generally it's centralized procurement.
Okay. And I can see also that you are downloading funds to Sulu because of the Supreme Court ruling, no?
Yes.
I think also with CHED and also with PASOK, I think na bumalik yata yung mga Sulu SUCs to CHED. It's another issue. We'll talk about that, ma'am, later. Sige. All right. Just submit to us itong ang kulang lang dito yung timetable.
Yes po.
So we want to be guided on the time. I'm very strict with the time because we're pushing everyone to spend.
Sige po. Mr. Chair, I also mentioned to ASIC Edson kanina that specifically for our budgets, we cannot go monthly kasi meron po kaming bagsakan periods. So I shared that with him. I mean, it cannot be an even distribution over the 12 months of our budget.
Okay. And the regions can also do procurement.
Yes po. And faster po.
Faster, oo. Ano lang kami, siguro ang what I need is the timetable on procurement and delivery. I understand that it's not even, no? Iba-iba yung delivery times, iba. But I want to be guided on how the 19 billion will be spent and when will it be spent and the delivery times. Kasi ang problem with textbooks based on our EDCOM discussion is the delivery. It's not the obligation but the the delivery process. Sometimes takes 2 years, no, to deliver textbooks. Kaya nga dumadating yung textbooks, tapos na yung bata, nakagraduate na, padating pa lang yung textbooks.
I think,
So,
Mr. Chair, in the previous years, what happened was that the review of the materials really takes some time. So yung ready to print is almost at the delivery date na. So even the suppliers themselves incur liquidated damages hindi nila kasalanan. Kasi doon lang sila pwede mag-print sagad-sagad na. So ngayon po, since we're removing that portion, hopefully wala na po tayong ganong issue. Since available na sa market yung libro, printing na lang talaga ang pinag-uusapan dito. So hopefully there's no more delay. Also to add po, I think yung mga na-download also dyan, may isa kasing publisher na nagsara or so yun yung naging issue, nag-default lang. So it's the same fund.
actually, na-invite ako sa publishing. Ando ng MBDB. Diba magkasama ba tayo nun? Nung Christmas party pa nga yan. When we announced the amount, palakpakan nga sila eh. But ang tanong, makaka-deliver ba? No, that's why we invited MBDB because the big question during the hearing is there publishing capacity? No? Because this is a big amount and the biggest in history. So based on your analysis, meron bang publishing capacity ang Pilipinas to print all of these textbooks, workbooks, and teaching materials?
Yes, sir. Kasi we have a program called TADFI, which is tax and duty free. So they can now import paper from other countries. So that is a big help for the publishers in their resources.
Before, we don't have a paper, they import all the paper, no? But the publishing capacity, with the books that we need, do we have that publishing capacity based on your analysis?
If DepEd procures on time, of course, we have to have certain lead time, but yes, we have the publishing capacity as the publishers told us in our shareholders meeting.
Okay, all right. So right now, Yusek Oracion, we don't do the manuscripts anymore, no? We just buy existing titles.
Yes po. And we introduce changes where applicable. Kasi yung mga titles naman po baka applicable to private schools pero hindi align dun sa curriculum namin. So may mga changes na unti pero unti lang po.
But I think that is a major
Change.
reform.
Yes po.
Kasi in the private school naman, they also buy existing titles eh. Very rare they publish their own books. Nila Edson, Grace ka, di ba? Pareho kaming school. We buy our own, punta kami sa bookstore, we buy ready books. So DepEd is the only educational institution that publishes its own books. No? So that's a major reform. Just submit to us the details, Yusek Oracion. Another major program that we added is the feeding program, and this is a major reform that we included. I'll just flash on the screen. This is also based during the budget hearing last year, slide 37, Elena. So historically, ang feeding program receives about 7.7 billion pesos. For 2026 NEP, it increased to 11.7 billion pesos. But the Senate increased it to 28 billion pesos, 28.6 billion pesos to be exact. And the reason for this is we want to now cover universal kindergarten, universal grade 1, and then targeted for 1 to 6. But increased it from 120 days to 200 days, meaning the full school year. Dati kasi kalahating school year lang eh. So dati nangyari, kalahating taon, magiging healthy sila, kalahating taon, malnourished sila. No? In one school year. No? So parang it doesn't make sense. Diba? So that's why ngayon, full school year, healthy sila. Diba? yung summer slide, no? Yeah, that's another problem that we need to solve. Totoo yan. Si Dr. Racion was our partner in the feeding program. Yung 2 months na nagbabakasyon, nakikita natin, nag-slide sila. But we'll address that later on kasi outside of the school na yan. It's be outside of the scope of DepEd. But nevertheless, itong 28 billion is a challenge. No? Because we now have to feed 4 million kids. Almost 5 million kids. Ngayon is about 2.2 million kids that we're feeding. Now we're going to feed 4 million kids, almost 5 million kids every day, consistently with nutritious food. Paano natin gagawin yun? Can you give us your strategy on how to achieve this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, good afternoon. So for the feeding program po, other than the status quo implementation, which the schools divisions offices procure several commodities for the feeding program, we're also diversifying the implementation this coming school year through LGU implementation. So for this mechanism, we have already pre-identified 21 local government units who will be receiving funds from DepEd to implement the feeding program and providing hot meals to our learners. The basis for selection of these LGUs was their capacity to provide freshly prepared hot meals through the presence of functional or semi-functional kitchens. But the aspiration with this LGU mode of implementation is that they will be receiving the fund from DepEd so that it solidifies their absorptive capacity to deliver hot meals moving forward. So with that, our budget has also provided us capital outlay expense for establishing more kitchen facilities in schools so that we can transition from nutritious food products, which are your pre-packaged products like Nutribun, to more freshly prepared hot meals for our learners for the entire school year. So in terms of timelines, it's majority for the LGU implementation po, with the 21 LGUs, this is just around mga 4% po of the total school-based feeding budget. And majority will still be status quo through procurement of our schools divisions offices. So it will follow the typical timeline. But for the LGUs, we hope na by this quarter, by the end of the month, we already have the MOAs na rin po with our LGUs for them to implement. And we have provided for 2 arrangements for their implementation, either through fund transfer, which is prior to the start, they will already be provided the funds, and billing. So we have certain parameters lang po for determining whether the LGU will be under fund transfer or a billing mode of payment.
You're only talking to 21 LGUs?
Yes.
I think the fastest way also to implement this is to tap the LGUs. And when I say LGUs, you can go all the way down to municipal level, because the challenge here is the logistical portion. And I understand in some LGUs where you have a feeding program, it's the schools that buy the mga gulay, mga pagkain, tapos nagluluto sila sa loob ng school. So it's another burden for the teachers and the principals to do this. So I suggest to also tap the LGUs. I think the LGUs is the fastest way of executing this program massively nationwide. Pero parang ngayon, 21 LGUs pa lang ang natatap natin.
Mr. Chair, those are pre-identified pa lang po. We do have a planned engagement for a National School Meal Summit wherein all of the provincial governors and city mayors will be invited. And from this activity, they can also express intent to implement the feeding program for this coming school year. But the 21 I mentioned is just pre-identified para mauna na po yung fund transfer based on our in-house data on their absorptive capacity. But we're willing to extend the implementation to other LGUs when we have the National School Meal Summit po implemented.
I'll just flash the slide next, in slide natin. Also, utilization ng feeding program is mababa rin historically. Disbursement rates about 48% in 2025. So it's a challenge. Challenge kasi nationwide eh. No? We're talking about nationwide. So the challenge here is to have a feeding program that is consistently nutritious for 200 days. No? Yun ang challenge doon because kaya ako in-emphasize consistent because depende yan sa nagluluto in the school. No? Pag sinipag yung magluluto, masarap. Pag hindi sinipag, hindi masarap. So, kulang ng patatas, kulang ng asin, diba? Matabang yung linuluto. So, that's the challenge. No? And not everyone has a central kitchen. The ideal sana, alam ni Yusek Oracion to, we got it from them, is a central kitchen, but not all LGUs have a central kitchen. And I know you have ₱1 billion to build central kitchens. No? So, but in the meantime, I would suggest to tap the LGUs on the school-based feeding program. No? So, sabi mo kanina, you have a summit on this. So,
yes,
what's the time frame to engage the LGUs?
It was scheduled this March, Mr. Chair, March 26, but we had to postpone it kasi it was coinciding with the moving up ceremonies of our schools. So this might probably be rescheduled around April po, wherein we are engaging all of the LGUs, and this is in partnership also with the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, similar with the implementation of classrooms.
Ako, Yusek Edson, let's stop the LGUs kasi yung mga LGUs natin, una-una excited yan na merong pondong bababa sa kanila. Alam mo naman yan, excited yan. Lalo na yung mga municipalities or mga far-flung provinces. And then second, they can show something to their constituents. So you hit two birds with one stone, a political success and as well as program success. No? So I really suggest for the feeding program to tap the LGUs because they're scattered all over the country.
Yeah. Yes, this is noted, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And I also want to ask, we also invited the National Dairy Authority, Philippine Carabao Center, because for the first time, we downloaded the funds directly to them. No, para hindi na from DepEd, the transfer pa sa inyo. So may we get an update on, first, the National Dairy Authority on the 1.8 billion pesos. This is for the milk feeding program component of the feeding program. No? Can you walk us through how the 1.8 billion will be spent? Hindi ito nationwide, no? Imposible. Just walk us through how, which schools will be targeted and what is the spending program for the 1.8 billion.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Joshua po from the National Dairy Authority, and I'll be walking you through our implementation plan for the milk feeding program for the NDA. Next slide, please. For the budget po, we have around 1.8 billion total program allocation for the NDA stakeholders po. So we have farmer cooperatives and some also private farms that are participating in this program. So the target beneficiaries po is around 2.7 or around 2.8 na po yan, million children. And we allocated the budget first for the milk supply of around 1.7 billion. So this is with respect po dun sa proposal po ng DepEd na 21 pesos for 30 days. And we also allocated some budget for administrative expenses, like for example for milk distribution, milk distribution and monitoring, for salaries of our prospective job orders, and also travel expenses, communication expenses, and some tools and equipment that they'll be using in monitoring po the milk from the dairy plants up to the drop-off points to where the milk will be delivered. Also, some administrative expenses for office supplies and office rentals amounting to around 7 million. For the implementing guidelines, currently we're in talk with the DepEd po. We're in negotiations for a joint administrative order or a JAO between the DA to cover both NDA and PCC and DepEd. So this includes operational guidelines, the also and responsibilities of all parties, the reporting mechanisms, especially in times of coordination during deliveries, and also monitoring coordination protocols in cases of unforeseen circumstances like, for example, cancellation of classes, so to harmonize our deliveries. So for the procurement plan, the NDA and the PCC, we both agreed that the main modality to be used will be negotiated procurement under Sigip-Saka. So the coverage and is to supply and delivery of all the milk products from the plants of our farmers and cooperatives. Will procure the milk directly from them and to be delivered to the designated drop-off points of the DepEd. For personnel, we'll also procure some personnel needed to help us monitor po. So, since the proposal po of DepEd is nationwide, all SDOs are covered po, we stick with that, and we'll be hiring po personnel to monitor every SDO. Although in our implementation plan later, I'll show you po how will we target po the whole nation. And letter C and other supplies and other expenses po as presented earlier. Although one of our challenges is the SARO is currently still with the DBM, and for I think they do not have yet the authority to approve our proposal. Thus, it still requires approval from the Malacanang. Next po, for procurement activities. So we already prepared po all the necessary documents for the issuance of the SARO and for Q1. And we're also now meeting with our farmer groups and also with DepEd for the supply mapping of the program. And procurement will commence once we'll get po yung SARO from the DBM. And although we're starting the procurement then just short of award. That would be our strategy po. Pending the issuance po of the funds to us. That will be in Q2. So for quarterly targets, we initially proposed to start it around July. So for Q3 to cover, since this is 30 days, Monday to 30 days only, and school days, it will cover around 6 weeks. So we will target batch 1 of the implementation from July to August, mid-August, then batch 2, mid-August to September, then batch 3, October to November. Although initial supply mapping was conducted 2 weeks ago with the PCC and all of their coordinators nationwide to determine supply sources and batching of the DepEd SDOs for the 30-day or 1.5 months implementation. Although we also have in the pipeline a proposal to, in order to accommodate then the supply of our farmers, we're also proposing, instead of the 3 batches, we'll try to make it 4. With the procurement, all the procurements happening in 2026, while the implementation will start still. Batch 1, July to August, batch 2, August, September, batch 3, October to November, and we'll have a batch 4 later in the school year from January to February. This is to accommodate po yung production cycle din po ng ating mga farmers in order to address din market po during those time. Next po, so program outcomes, we target to serve all of the target beneficiaries as proposed by the DepEd in 2025. For the number of feeding days, 30 days on the average, although it is still subject to actual enrollment of beneficiaries. And for total volume, we're targeting around 16 million 799,790 liters of milk to be delivered to cover 126 SDOs, and with the total milk sales of our farmers of 1.7 billion in possible milk sales for them. For monitoring and accountability measures, we will conduct the following monitoring activities. So, first, laboratory testing of milk supply during procurement and during deliveries. And number 2, initial inspection and acceptance of milk during deliveries in all drop-off schools. So that is why we will be requiring to hire some contract of service personnel in order to help us monitor all their drop-off points. And number 3, we will also conduct random inspection of milk supply compliance in processing plants. So monitoring shall be reported and consolidated in the NDA Central Office po. For compliance measures, in compliance with the special provisions of the 2026 GAA, the NDA shall prepare and submit monitoring reports 30 days after the start of implementation and quarterly thereafter. So since our target start is in July 2026, our first initial report will be on August. Then the first quarterly report will be on September, and second quarter report po in December po, 2026. Other relevant spending related information or data necessary to assess the implementation readiness and absorbing capacity. Well, one of our challenge nga po, as I said earlier, is on fund approval, since the budget po is under locally funded in GAA 2026. And currently, we have submitted po all the required documents for the SARO. Although based on our experience po, our SARO of locally funded programs are usually released late Q2 to even Q3 or Q4. So, up to now po, what we can do is to initiate procurement, however, short of award. So, late fund release might translate po to either late implementation, mamumove po namin yung aming schedule, or we can start the schedule, but unfortunately, it will also translate to late payments naman po for farmer deliveries. Yun po yung major challenge po namin for this implementation po. That will be all po. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I understand this is for 30 days? 30 days only. And then you're targeting 2.8 million children.
Yes.
In 206 SDOs.
126, sir.
Oh,
SDOs.
sorry, 126 SD. How many schools? Lahat.
We don't have yet the numbers po from the DepEd, but we have identified drop-off points po from previous implementations. This is around 2,505 drop-off points.
Is it more efficient now that the funds are lodged under NDA?
Yes, sir. I think it is more efficient now because before we will still have to
wait for the transfer.
Have fund transfers po.
May MOA pa.
May MOA pa, yes, sir.
So ngayon, it's via special provision na lang.
Opo.
Diba that's the guiding, parang that's a legal basis.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, which areas and provinces?
We have identified po with PCC all SDOs, and we will cover all po. Although yung sa amin po, depende po kasi kung may farmer po sa SDO, majority of the farmers sa amin po, or if majority ng farmers po from PCC, sa PCC po mapupunta SDO.
We allocated also 1.1 billion to PCC.
Yes.
And then your presentation also covered is magkasama na yun?
Ay, magkahiwalay pa po.
Iba pa. So the 1.1 is
with PCC.
going to be different, covering different schools.
Yes,
Can you, how many schools will be covered by the
Zadi po from Philippine Carabao Center. So for the case of the Philippine Carabao Center po with 1.12 billion budget po, it will be covering 15,131 schools po, Senator. And will be benefiting 1.7 million children, and 91 school division offices po ang covered, Senator.
91?
Yes po.
This is different to
Yes po.
NDA, no?
Yes
So
po.
different schools, different SDOs. Okay.
Yes po.
And the NDA is cow's milk.
Majority po cow's milk, but we also assist po kasi some Carabao farmers
So
din.
pareho lang Carabao. May diferensya ba sa Carabao and cow's milk? Ko lang alam kung
Sa raw po, may difference po. Mas mataas po ang fat ng Carabao's milk, although for the finished product, we standardize it po.
Okay, okay. But all of these are domestically supplied.
Yes po, they will be supplied po by our local farmers po and cooperatives.
So local cows and local Carabaos.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Walang imported.
Tinatarget po namin na wala na magsusupply po na imported. Although with negotiations po kasi one of the challenges din po is yung mga last mile schools. So for last mile schools, we're proposing sterilized milk po sana for them. Although mayroon pong mga request po na sana powdered milk.
Yeah, like for example sa NDA, which province? Para
usually
Sige,
yung mga islands, yung mga island
give us a province
barangays.
that you are supplying.
For NDA po,
saan?
Malalayo.
Sa
Usually
Masbate.
yung mga Masbate,
Kasi
Mimaropa.
doon, diba? Masbate.
Mindoro po.
May rancho doon, di ba?
But po sila,
Parati
beef.
ako nagpumupunta doon sa piyesta ranch.
Pero mostly po beef cattle po kasi nasa Masbate.
Walang milk yun?
Para doon lang sa calf po.
No, so which areas are you supplying? Which SDOs particularly?
Sa kunyari po sa Region 4B, yung po yung medyo kailangan nila ng powdered sa malalayo. Like for example, Mindoro po.
Okay. No, the reason why I'm asking is there a possibility to expand itong 30 days? Kasi 30 days lang eh. Make it 200 days?
Yun din po ang namin eh. Ang call po kasi namin with the farmers po kasi they would prefer po sa ngayon po konti pa lang po talaga yung supply natin.
So it's a supply issue.
Pero sa supply issue po kasi it's a matter of din po eh mas pabor po sa farmers yung mas mahaba kaysa yung mas madami. Kasi po ang ating mga dairy animals po usually they milk for around 300 days. So mas pabor po sa farmers na to have a longer duration para po yung 300 days may market lahat. Parang ganun po. Instead na marami po, then hindi naman kakayanin ng dami ng animals po natin currently.
Okay. No, that's because if that's possible, then we have to think of increasing the budget. But is it a supply issue?
But sa supply
can
po,
NDA and PCC supply the milk needs of DepEd for
sa ngayon
200
po, sir,
days?
yun naman po, iba-batch naman po namin siya into 3 or 4 batches. Kakayanin naman po.
Kakayan. Baka maubusan tayo ng Carabao tsaka
Hindi naman
baka.
po.
No, that's for the 2027 budget. But I was thinking, I was trying to understand. So right now, nakita ko ongoing na in procurement, ongoing in engagement with DepEd, no. So and there's a technical working group within DepEd and PCC and NDA.
Yes, sir.
So you're working together.
Apo.
Okay, sige. Thank you for that. So for the feeding program, that's what we suggest to engage the LGUs and just submit to the committee a time frame on when do you plan to formally engage with the LGUs, you will also transfer the funds, so a time frame or the timeline also on the transfer fund, so we will monitor the movement of the budget. Of course, this is outside of the SARO. I know the SARO is another question, but we want to just monitor the spending timelines of the different agencies. Yeah. And last among the big programs, marami kasing program on DepEd is the ARAL program, which is another major increase. I'll show on the slide. In the NEP, this is slide 45, we increased it. In the NEP, it's 4 billion pesos. This is a new program for 2026. Then the House increased it to 5.6 billion pesos. And then the Senate increased it to 8.9 billion pesos. to target 6.7 million learners for reading and then 8 million learners for math. No? And earlier from the presentation that you have a breakdown. No? Let's flash this, ComSec. So a DepEd slide. So the DepEd plans to get 98,000 non-DepEd tutors, train 169,000 tutors, also pay overload pay as prescribed in the law. Nasa batas yan eh. No? And so this is the spending plan. But during the hearing, I remember the target was 440,000 tutors. Nag-iba na ba yun? Is that, has that changed?
It's still 440,000 po by our estimate, although that should be refined after the end of school year data comes out, which is soon, no? Within March po. That's the total.
And then what that's the target, no? But it will be dependent on the end of school year assessment.
Assessment.
Of course, if it's bad assessment, then we
It
get
will
more.
increase.
Diba? If
Opo.
it's good assessment, then we will adjust accordingly. That's understood. And then the 440 tutors will be for school year 2026.
26-27. Yes
Pagpasok
po.
nila, then we will engage the tutors already.
Yes po. Actually, we will begin during the summer. We will have a 20-day program from May 4 to 29. We note that the improvements in learning outcomes, reading proficiency in particular, improved a lot last summer. So we will do that again this coming summer po. We shall also already include math because we more or less know how to do the reading, so we will already include math. For the coming school year po, we hope to heighten this some more. See, we are working at many years of neglect, so it is also quite a challenge to make sure that we get them at the right levels. We are particularly concerned about the junior high school. Initially, we wanted to pull out junior high school learners who are unable to read at grade level or do math at grade level, only to find out that some 80 to 85% of our junior high school learners by the beginning of school year data were the ones needing remediation. So baligtad po, yung regular yung dapat i-pull out kasi most of them require remediation. This is also, if we may plug in, a reason for the 3-term school calendar that we are in the process of consulting various groups about. Kasi po during the summer, the 20-day period na tuloy-tuloy made a lot of difference. But during this school year, when we implement ARAL, it's always after classes or on Saturdays. And both teachers and learners are already tired, so we are not able to maximize the full benefit of the program. In the 3-term school calendar, there will be specific 2-week periods where, in addition to whatever remediation measures may occur during the instructional block, we call it, we can really do remediation quite a lot.
I think the Standing Committee on Basic Education will have a hearing on that, I think, or now, I think.
Currently
yeah.
po.
So that will be a good topic to discuss. But for now, assuming that we still pursue the dual semester or the 2-semester setup, the ARAL program will be used for that summer, during the summer break.
Summer break and
20
the
days.
school year also po.
And the school year.
Yes po.
Okay.
And in the joint MANCOM po, Ma'am Shirley also promised us some help because we need tutors and this can come from the college students, no?
Yes, under the law, we can tap the pre-service teachers. Yeah, ma'am, you want to?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair and Yusek Carmela. Yeah, yesterday we had a meeting again with the cabinet's economic cabinet cluster, and this was presented again So I brought out the idea that we have pre-service teacher. I'm getting now the number of pre-service teacher. Just like the arrangement of DOLE, they are giving to our on-the-job teacher training program. We deploy our OJT with a little allowance. So if we can adopt that program of DOLE to tap the preschool pre-teacher training ng aming fourth year sa teacher education, I think that we get the best output on this chair. And also I would like to comment po sa feeding program namin. It's not just the production of milk, because we in MMSU, I'm sorry, I use Mariano Marcos State University. There are other SUCs that host the PCC, right po? And the PCC contracted a cooperative to produce the milk. It's not only the production of milk, but it is the processing of milk. That's why if we can tap the SUCs to be given facilities just like what we did with MMSU to help process the freshly gathered milk for the production of DepEd, and I think we can expedite the production of milk to be supplied for DepEd. That's my input, Mr. Chair.
Can you consider that PCC so that we can increase the presence of PCC and NDA and tap the areas, the location and the campuses of the SUCs?
Actually, of the 10 universities na nag-host po ng regional centers of the PCC, Senator, 7 po dun yung may processing and marketing outlets na po. One of which is the MMSU po. And maganda din po sa MMSU actually dahil may mga LGU-based din po doon na mga feeding programs. But yun pong mga natatap po natin for processing is, for the feeding program actually, Senator, is processing na po ito ng mga kooperatiba po ng mga farmers po natin.
Ang pinipresenta ni Chairperson Agrupi is
Sa
to use the SUCs. Kasi may location sila, wala lang processing facilities.
Sir, there are many SUCs who offers animal science. So if we only limit our partnership with the SUC that host PCC, hindi niya talaga matutugunan yung marami. Let's harness the expertise of our SUC, so with or without PCC there. So just like the model in the US, it's a pilot production and then they convert it into one processing center.
Thank you. Please give us a study on that. And do you have a study na pag nagpapainom ng gatas, we all know na mas lumulusog, but do you have evidence here in Philippine setting that those schools that we are providing milk with are mas healthy or they have better
yes po.
learning outcomes? Meron bang mga ganyan?
I know of a study po from FNRI, there's one, and also one in UP Los Baños.
It's universal understanding. I think that's no debate. But just study this possibility. Ito for 2027 na budget, but study this ahead to increase the number of days from 30 days to ideally sana 200, diba? Yusek Edson, ideally 200. But just give us a study on how much will be needed, logistical requirements, and also those areas that we should be covering, in coordination, of course, with DepEd. All right. So going back to the ARAL program, just submit to the committee, Yusek Oracion, again, a timetable of the hiring of the tutors, and also the timeline in which the amounts will be used for the tutors. So this is in line with our, we're tracking down the spending timelines of the different agencies. So those are the 4 top programs, biggest programs of DepEd. But I want to, baka makalimutan lang to, Yusek Edson, the DepEd also requested 200 million for a Philippine secondary leavers assessment. Actually, request to ni Secretary Sani through EDCOM, and it's lodged under UP. But this is going to be used for DepEd. So baka makalimutan nyo lang gamitin. But it's under UP, and But this, I remember, this is a an EDCOM decision, you know. Chair, we might want to share.
Yes po, Chair. This is one output of the trifocal meeting namin because we want to standardize the competency assessment across senior high school. So para we can give them proper guidance which degree program they will be getting, Mr. Chair. So this is one output of our trifocal. Kasi dapat iisa because the upcut of UP and the entrance exam of UT is serving them well. So para po magiging standard yung assessment based on the readiness and competency of the senior high school, we came up to this project, Mr. Chair.
Bear in mind na merong nakalodge, but that's for the use of DepEd. No? So I suggest you connect with UP. Nakalodge siya under UP.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, TESDA is also part of the discussion with UP, the team led by Dr. Leo Cobilan, Vice President of UP. And actually, Mr. Chair, TESDA is volunteering also its assessment centers to be used for the administration and deployment of the instrument in Q3. At this point, Mr. Chair, we've had meetings already with Director Clarice, also from DepEd, as part of the discussion during the TRICOM summit in Lawag. And we've had follow-through meetings already with Dr. Leo. And at this point, we are contributing to the development of the instrument, Mr. Chair. So TESDA, we have our own career profiling instrument. And the discussion is that we might be integrating items or questions between the PhilSA and then the career assessment and career profiling instrument of TESDA. So, malinaw naman, Mr. Chair, so far, ang deliverables ng bawat agency and then in the development and in the deployment and administration of the Philippine Secondary Leavers assessment po.
Thank you for that, DDG Galo. Just reminder lang, baka lang makaligtaan. That way you have that amount there, no? So I'll jump to Ched, Chairperson Agrupis. I'll take advantage of your presence. And the biggest amount is under the tertiary education subsidy. You mentioned earlier. I'll just flash on the slide. No? We started, NEP is about 20 billion. Then it increased to 26 billion for 2026. Yan po. Nag-increase siya. The Senate added 3 billion plus. But we also noticed this is just a computation that we got for 2025. Next slide. That utilization rate for 2025 dropped. No, may we get some clarification on that. And also, there's a special provision that we included here. You mentioned that earlier, but I want to discuss that again. On regulating beneficiaries from low-income household, primarily the four-piece beneficiaries. No? Before kasi na-dislodge yung four-piece beneficiaries. Yung PNSL, yung places with no looks and sooks were given priority, and it dislodged poor households, low-income households, especially the four-piece households. So may we get some update on the tertiary education subsidy?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just the universe of the utilization of tertiary education subsidy in the past, immediate past, ideally, the list of tertiary education subsidy recipient should be coming from the SWD because they hold the universe of universal listing of the four Ps. the implementation was a little bit different in the past because they used the universe of the listahanan. So validation entails months before they can deliver. So this is one transformation that we are now implementing starting 2026. We signed a memorandum of agreement with the SWD through Secretary Gatchalian that we will only use the test listing under the 4Ps for the distribution of tests, sir. So, yan po yung reason. Now, for the utilization, kaya po maraming nadi-displace noon. Because that was the big challenge na hindi nagagamit yung DSWD listing.
So ngayon po, meron na kayong formal, I heard earlier may formal agreement na kayo with DSWD. So ang 4Ps ngayon will be prioritized. In fact, we discussed this during the budget hearing last time, no? That 4Ps households were being disenfranchised, no, because of the wrong prioritization. Pero ngayon, because of that MOA, ano na sila,
Yes
mabibigyan na ng priority. No?
Yes po, sir. Yung may ang initial listing na kinuha namin noon, nagbigay sa amin sa about 450,000. But based on the result of EDCOM, hardly they get only, 4Ps are only able to enroll about 30 to 35%. So for budget purposes, we target 50 to 60% of the initial listing that DSWD submitted to CHED. But now they reclean it, they revisit it. We now have 371,000 students.
So 371,000 students from 4Ps are eligible.
Are eligible.
For TES.
Yes po.
Meaning they pass the entrance exam.
No, it depends, sir. Initially, 450,000 pala, no? 490,000. But after recleaning it, it boils down to 371,000 recipients. This senior high school graduates will either go to TESDA or higher education.
But that 371,000 is not does not mean that they have passed the entrance examination. That's only the universe.
That's the universe of the qualified for
qualified.
peace. Yes
Okay.
po.
But they have to pass the entrance examination.
Entrance examination.
Go to college. Diba?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose now of the unified entrance examination that we are piloting.
Okay. Okay. All right. And may I ask, how come in 2025 the utilization rate went down to 26%? I showed earlier.
Yes, sir. I think may I ask kung ano as of anong date po 'yon because
This is as of 2025. No?
yes, sir. Yes, that was the number that we
December 30. Yeah. That's from the Yeah.
Yes, sir. That was the number we inherited. But now we already able to deliver it to 86%.
For 2025.
Yes po.
The ending.
Nabayaran na namin until now. As of this date.
Ang ibig sabihin lang naman yun, hindi sila nabayaran eh.
Hindi nabayaran.
No? Hindi nabayaran yun. So for ending 2020, fiscal year 2025, what is the utilization rate right now?
88.16.
Okay, all right. I think this was...
But specifically, sir, sa test, it's 85.16. Yung sa free higher ed, which is for the looks, we have 99.94%.
Okay, all right. And the amounts, yung requested amounts, the 26 billion is for school year 2026?
Yes, yes,
Tama? 2026, 2027?
Yes po.
Okay, all right. On the deficiencies, Chair Agrupis, the 4 billion amount for the deficiencies. When will that be executed?
The 4 billion is 12 billion.
Sorry,
Is
only for in the budget. The one.
yung 4 point
Yung 12 billion, but yung iba kasi is
yung
from
4 point
HDDF.
yes po, yung 4.2 billion was the counterpart as promised
Yes.
by you po in the Congress. Yung 7.8 kaya po nag-release na ako ng sulat kasi we wrote them February 2 until now we have not gotten the listing. So now we have March 2 now. I now forwarded again the letter requesting the release of SARO and NCA.
This is on the 4 billion.
On the both.
Kasi galing, may dalawang source siya, di ba? 4 billion from the GAA and then, tama ba? 7 billion
7.8.
from the HEDF,
Yes
di ba?
po.
Okay.
Parehas walang SARO. Pero ang gusto ng pasok, ayaw nila ng installment.
So
Kasi
you requested, Saro, na for both?
for both.
Alright.
Yes, para po iisa kasi mahirap i-budget and i-allocate kung staggered yung...
And then wala pang feedback on the release of the...
Kinausap ko na po, I called Secretary Rolly yesterday. That's why I came up with this letter na nakasiso po kayo, Chair.
Okay, alright. Sige. And then there's also... Nasa yung medical scholars? Yung medical scholars. I'm just going to touch on the major CHED programs, Chair Agrupis, because like DepEd, marami rin kayong mga programs, but I want just to touch on the core programs. TES is a core program, and I understand that majority of the disbursements will probably happen third quarter, tama ba? Third quarter, fourth quarter, because that will be for school year 2026-2027. Yeah. Just submit to us na lang a spending plan on that. Meron na kanina nakita ko sa presentation. Just reduce it na lang to a letter form. And then there's a program that that the Senate paid attention to, yung MSRS, in Medical Scholarship and Return Service Program. We increased it from 900 million, slide 58, we increased it to 1 billion. And that will cover 1,000 new scholars.
Yes, Chair. The MSRS, the 1,095,000,000 for 2026 will cover 5,105. And the mechanism of allocating it across the region is based on the data coming from the OH. We developed already an equation to make it inclusive.
But 1,000 ang bago, no? Out of the 5,000. Is that correct?
Yung for 2026 is 5,000 out of the 1,095,000,000.
The 1 billion will cover, in our notes, 1,000 new and 2,800 current. So a total of 3,800. That is in our... We'll flash it.
May we clarify this, sir, because the 2025, the requested additional amount for 2025 is already covered. It was released later, sometime in November na. But this one, which we are going to implement school year 2026-2027, will cover new MSRS na 5,000. Is that correct?
In fact, this was an intervention of Senate President Tito Soto. Is very particular with the medical scholars. That's why. But if it's 5,000, so much the better. Kasi in our notes, it's only 1,000.
Yeah, the 5,000 is including the ongoing and the new.
Okay. How many ongoing? Tama ba? 2,800? The scholarships. So tama tayo. That's out of the 5,000, 2,869 are current and ongoing. No?
Yes, yes, Chair.
All right. Sige, I'll go to TESDA, DDG Galo.
Yes, Mr.
We'll
Chair.
focus on, like you mentioned earlier, 80% of the budget of TESDA is MOE, and majority of that will be scholarship programs. No? So we'll flash on slide 63. The total amount for your scholarship program is about 19.1 billion. Tama, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Of which TWSP is the highest in terms of allocation. So, and this is for 2026.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you give us your spending plan for the 19 billion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as part of our presentation earlier, we showed the quarterly spending plan, utilization plan, which indicates that for the first quarter, we hope to utilize around 20% to 30% of the funds allotted for TESDA. Mostly, sir, for scholarship. So we already issued, Mr. Chair, the guidelines for the distribution and allocation of our scholarship programs. And already, this February, we already authorized the first round of allocations. And the target the priority and target sectors, Mr. Chair, being first, how we could increase enrollment in electronics, semiconductors, healthcare, and in AI upscaling particularly. The challenge, Mr. Chair, is that the implementation readiness of the institutions are still in its early stages. Ibig sabihin po, wala pong kulang sa trainers, kulang po sa assessors, at kulang sa registered providers. So those are the constraints, Mr. Chair. But with the instruction of SecKiko and the direction of the Secretary, we are aiming that by June, we will be able to distribute, allocate, and authorize the allocations of our scholarship funds at around 45 or 50% by June.
I'll flash on the screen itong sinasabi mo. So first quarter, can we flash test the presentation? So the first quarter, you target a utilization rate of 6%, 6.9%. For the scholarship lang to. And then you target to have 18,000 graduates. Tama.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
We'll just flash it so that 2026 scholarship programs. Yan. Yan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So this is the target for quarter 1.
Yes, Mr.
Q1.
Chair.
And then for Q2, it will ramp up to 37%. Next slide. Next slide, Comsec. Yan. And then you will have 93,000 scholars.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yan ang ano niyo, yan ang target ninyo. Okay. And then for TWSP, there's a special provision here. Priority shall be for training, upskilling, reskilling of Filipino learners, workers, professionals in artificial intelligence and related technologies, creative industries, semiconductors, and manufacturing industry, and healthcare related programs. This was suggested by the PSAC.
Yes, Mr.
Yung
Chair.
Presidential
Private Sector
Private
Advisory
Sector
Council, Mr.
Advisory Council.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So how are we in terms of fulfilling this special provision? Kasi very specific siya. In
Yes,
fact, this was also an intervention of EDCOM, no? In which si Sec Kiko was also part and an active member of. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll focus first on artificial intelligence upskilling. So this February, we already met with the Analytics Association of the Philippines, which is also a designated co-chair for the body that should formulate the AI roadmap, AI upskilling roadmap. And together with EAP, we already came up with an internal implementation plan for TESDA. So for first quarter, Mr. Chair, we have identified implementation-ready courses. Ibig sabihin po, merong registered program, merong available trainer, merong assessor. So by March, Mr. Chair, by this month, we will be able to kick off already the AI upskilling program together with AAP. So we have identified around for the first round of scholars for AI upskilling programs. We have around 4,000, Mr. Chair.
4,000?
By
Under TWSP?
Yes, sir. For
Dami,
Yes, sir.
Right now?
Yes, sir. Implementation ready po siya. So we will have a kick-off this March for the 4,000 scholars that will undergo AI upskilling. So we have identified, Mr. Chair, and we will share this with you, Mr. Chair.
But the training regulations for AI, creative industries, semiconductors, electronic manufacturing, and healthcare-related programs, the training regulations for these 5 are all
Sir, ang nabanggit ko pong 4,000 na scholarship na pwede na pong i-deploy at i-implement ay AI pa lang po, Mr.
AI pa lang
Chair.
siya.
Yes po.
Okay.
But, sir, we're also working on the implementation plan for creative industries, semiconductors, and healthcare. So for healthcare, Mr. Chair, we are also engaging very actively our industry board for healthcare, which is Unilab Education. And in fact, for the first round of consultations po nila, sila Dr. Joey Ochabe already did visit to, I think, Antique, to have also a understanding of the terrain on the ground, ano po ang implementation readiness ng mga institutions to deploy, deliver, conduct healthcare-related training such as pharmacy assistant services NC3, radiology assistant training. And also next week, actually, Mr. Chair, together with Unilab Education, our industry board for healthcare, we will be in Dumaguete to conduct also that consultation with the institutions there to determine implementation readiness.
And uh, the AI course, you say 4,000 is already available.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How's the take-up of the 4,000?
So, Mr. Chair, last week po, we had authorization from the Secretary in our Execom for that kick-off. Our Scholarship Management Office has identified po the providers that could deliver these 4,000 slots. So ang mga specific po na mga courses that we have identified na merong implementation readiness ay yung data analytics, we have a Gen AI.
So under AI may iba-iba pa?
Yes po. So Mr. Chair, actually we classified our programs into AI core, AI adjacent, and AI augmented courses because we understand that there are jobs that are more vulnerable to AI disruption. Yun po yung mga AI core, really digital intensive, AI intensive jobs. Kaya po yun ang kailangang unahin, Mr. Chair.
And how will our constituents apply to these 4,000 AI slots? Paano sila mag-apply?
So another innovation, Mr. Chair, is the Skills Passport, the Digital Skills Passport that we launched in February. Ang Skills Passport po is a kind of a super app where all information, scholarship slots will be available. So that's one way, Mr. Chair, to promote this and disseminate the information that TESDA has this kind of training already. But we are already also mobilizing our regional and provincial offices, Mr. Chair, to intentionally and deliberately promote, market our AI upskilling courses. Yun po talagang i-market nila at mas pagtuunan ng pansin at oras para mas maraming mag-enroll or kung ano po ang allotted slots ay ma-fill in yung slots.
And then because AI now is fashionable and people are really very interested in learning artificial intelligence, the application of artificial intelligence, also creating various applications for using artificial intelligence. So I'm sure a lot of people will be interested. And then, but the challenge now is the other priority sectors or other priority industries like creative, semiconductor, healthcare. Yun, wala pa yun. Yun pang ginagawa niya ngayon.
Actually, sir, these are at various stages po of implementation. For semiconductors, we are very active in discussing implementation mechanisms with SAPI, with Dr. Dan Lachica, our industry board for semiconductors. Sa lahat po ng mga sectors na ito, Mr. Chair, we are also laying down pathways, packages. So we also provide that option for learners to undergo not just the single qualification programs or the NC programs, but also even diploma programs. So for semiconductors, Mr. Chair, we already also have diploma programs piloted in Cebu with the help, of course, of CHED, to ladderize it to engineering degree programs. Okay. So lahat po ng modalities at pathways, Mr. Chair, sinisimula na po natin. So in terms of ano lang siguro, Mr. Chair, ang challenge ngayon, how really to scale it up further.
Yeah. Just submit to us, no, because this is in the special provisions. It's very clear here, the priority industries. Just submit to us a timetable on when these industries will be, when will scholarship be open related to these industries. No? Because that is connected to the 8 billion scholarship fund that was allocated to TESDA. No? So, and I remember during the public hearing, it was really meant to support those emerging sectors, no? AI, healthcare, semiconductors. No? So we want to make sure that the 8 billion primarily goes to those sectors. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, in terms of the timetable, this Q1, well, March, you could expect that there will be kickoffs already, and we will invite you, Mr. Chair, as our champion also to witness these kickoff programs and activities for this priority skills training. But for the others, Mr. Chair, mas makikita po natin sa quarter 2 yung
Quarter two.
pagsisimula.
Okay,
Opo.
just submit to us the timetable lang.
Yes, Mr.
Para I
Yes,
just
Mr.
want to
Chair.
make sure that everything's moving along. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then there's also another big item in your list of scholarship, yung UACTEA for TVET diploma programs. This was discussed during the EDCOM with Chair Agrupis also. Is this UACTEA for TVET diploma programs? These are the typical 3-year programs. But I know that CHED is also accrediting and giving them free higher education, di ba? So, dalawang nabibigay. Like in the case of Valenzuela, meron kaming polytechnic school doon. Ang aming free higher education comes from CHED, not from TESDA. So, what's the difference between these two?
Mr. Chair, ang diploma program po ng TESDA, it's really a separate program. Although, Mr. Chair, there are technical vocational institutions offering diploma programs that ladderize this. They have credit transfer mechanisms to higher education institutions. But for most of our diploma programs, Mr. Chair, ito po yung programs that will develop different qualifications or different competencies ng mga estudyante, ng mga learners. Sa amin po ngayon, yung packaging rule po ngayon, Mr. Chair, for our diploma programs, you will acquire, a learner enrolled in a diploma program will acquire at most 5 NCs. So yun po ang kaibahan ng diploma program ng TESDA with CHED's degree programs or associate
meron
degree
din siyang
programs.
general education subjects
Yes.
Diba?
Meron din po, Mr. Chair.
Meron.
Opo.
Iba yata sagot ni Chair Agrupis. But sa amin meron. That's why
Yes, Mr. Chair.
in our diploma program, it's regulated by both CHED and TESDA. But our free higher education comes from CHED. But dito kasi sa budget, merong 5 billion for diploma program. So I'm asking, anong difference nitong dalawang free higher education, nakalad siya TESDA and CHED?
Gusto kong tulungan ang representative ng aking kaibigan. So, yes po, oftentimes, nagkikreate ng confusion kasi ang diploma offered by TESDA and diploma offered by CHED. Ang CHED kasi is academic based. We focus on the principles and theories of the degree program. Although may outcome naman na tinitingnan. Si TESDA po ay skill-based siya. Skill-based siya ang kanyang diploma. That's the reason where the Philippine Quality Framework comes in now. Na in order for us to develop a seamless pathway for those who go first to TESDA and would decide later on to get a baccalaureate diploma in higher ed, meron na po kaming PQF aligning ng kanilang outcomes with a certain PQF level. So ang PQF ng diploma is PQF 5 ang equivalent niya. So ia-assess yan ngayon saan level siya papasok o ilang units pa ang kulang para makadiretso na siya sa baccalaureate na gusto niyang kukunin.
But in terms dito sa itong 5 billion na ito is for scholarships to, di ba?
Mr. Chair.
Scholarships taking up diploma courses or a diploma program. correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you will accredit TVET schools that offer diploma programs.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But those TVET schools are also regulated by CHED. Tama? On the general education
No,
subjects.
no, Mr. Chair. Unless, Mr. Chair, there are also actually, Mr. Chair, HEIs na nag-o-offer po
Yes.
ng
Like
skills-based,
sa amin.
competency-based.
Yeah, sa amin,
Opo.
yeah. Yeah.
Opo.
So, yun yung confusion. Saan ba papasok si CHED, saan papasok si TESDA in terms of diploma programs?
So, Mr. Chair, sa amin po, tama po si Chair Shirley. Ang TESDA po kasi is competency skills-based. Pero meron din pong academic
Yes.
component. But mostly, Mr. Chair, ay skills training talaga siya. That's why po, ang outcomes or ang resulta ng aming diploma program ay meron kang NC pagkatapos. Several NC, you could acquire up to 5 NC. Parang every semester, Chair, pwede you as part of the design ng programa nyo na registered sa TESDA, you could get an NC every after semester.
Yeah, but itong offered by TVET can also lead to a bachelor's degree.
Yes, Mr.
Diba?
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
May lead siya.
Opo.
So I think
May ladder siya, Mr.
i-rationalize
Chair.
niyo ito, and that when the time comes during the budget, personally I'll ask this because parang may confusion and duplication because like in our case we get from CHED, no, yung aming free higher education, yung sa looks, yung FEH for looks, doon namin tinatap yun. Pero ang offer namin is diploma program. Regulated by CHED and regulated by... kaya dalawang regulator kami. Yeah, and we discussed this during EDCOM. So I think it's about time to have a clear-cut delineation. Where does that TESDA come in? Where does CHED come in the case of diploma programs?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, that's one of the deliverables also of the 3 agencies. Well, for this issue is CHED, mainly CHED and TESDA in the trifocal summit that we had in first in Clark and then in Lawag. So ang mga may mga units po kami sa CHED na nakakausap at we're working closely to develop this more delineated path, mas clear path, but really seamless pathway for learners to maybe start with TESDA diploma program and then ladderize it, Mr. Chair, towards a bachelor's degree, towards a bachelor's degree from CHED.
So, pag-usapan nyo na lang, no? Because on the ground, I know personally because the school sa Valenzuela Technological College, that's the setup right now. That's why we're also confused actually. Do we talk to TESDA, we talk to CHED in so far as the free higher education. But we tap the TS ng CHED yun. Doon kami kumukuha.
Mr. Chair.
So, yes, go ahead. Dr.
Just
Tirso.
a question of clarification. On the scholarship being offered by TESDA on AI, what will a completer get after a certificate or a diploma? Or how long is that scholarship for AI?
Mr. Chair, if I may, yung first initial rollout po for this March, it's NC programs, Mr. President. These are what we call single qualification programs. You will receive standalone programs that will result in a national certificate po. But later on, so we are also designing programs that are longer, so diploma programs for AI that could also be ladderized to a degree program.
So, Mr. Chair, just to further my inquiry. So, you are, as I got it, it is per module, let's say. Tama ba? And every module, you will be given an NC certificate.
Mr. Chair,
ahead, go ahead.
actually, Mr. President Terso, uh, the itong mga NC programs namin, they are composed of different modules. So there's also a pathway, there's also a package that you could just get a certain module. Ang makukuha mo lang po doon is a COC, what we call a Certificate of Competency or a Certificate of Achievement. Or for right now with the micro-credential course program, you will get a badge. But for a full single qual standalone NC program, which is composed of different modules, national certificate po ang makukuha mo. It's a full qualification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, meaning to say, it's a bunch of your certificate of competency. After that, it will accumulate to NC. So, I'm asking specifically on AI, apart from your usual program. So, it's the same with your usual program for AI. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes,
Mr.
the
Chair.
chairperson of group.
Yeah, we are really concerned with the AI now. That's why last week, Mr. Chair, we had the TED race where we focus on the development of the national AI guidelines. Because much as we would like to embrace the enabling power of AI, we need to remain ethically grounded. So that's the goal of the conference last week, where state university and colleges, private university and colleges, including LUCs, participated with the industry from AI. So it was a very successful one. In order that at the side of CHED, we have already formed a technical panel to evaluate the curriculum of AI. And we will come to that point to address the concern of Dr. Tirso para po makita, are these standalone modules are only for enabling yung parang para alam ng mga manggagawa how to use the AI, but the formal education, the integration of AI in our curriculum will still be set by our technical panel. And side by side with this is we also focus on the capacity building because garbage in, garbage out sa AI. So one state university in the Philippines that we can consider advanced now in AI is Batangas State University. Siya po yung kinomission namin to a certain extent to capacitate our professors. So we will come to that and we will deliver, we will give the report, Mr. Chair, to the committee.
Thank you. I just want to for TESDA, I just want to make sure that the special provisions are being complied with, no? Because that's a big discussion we had during the budget deliberations.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. We also invited people from National Electrification Administration. Andito ba, Nea? Yeah, because historically, the electrification of our schools, I'll go back to basic education, is lodged under DepEd. But this year, we lodged it straight to NEA. In fact, that's the reform that we are doing in the budget so that we will cut the MOA, cut the transfers. We lodge it straight to the departments, and then we have a special provision that will tie up that funds to DepEd in this case. No? So may we get some updates on the 1.2 billion pesos that was allocated to NEA to electrify our schools?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and colleagues from the government offices, and to the committee members also. Good afternoon. We have a brief presentation, Mr. Chair, specific to how we will implement the 1.295. So just a primer, one-pager. First slide, please. The Department of Energy, Education, or DepEd, is committed of ensuring that no public school, including those in remote mountains and island communities, is left without access to electricity. Just for the context, so to support this objective, the NEA, first slide please, the NEA will implement the electrification of off-grid schools, we are concentrating on the geographically isolated depressed GDAS areas where the IPs usually are located. And pursuant to Republic Act number 12116, General Appropriations Act of 2025, and we have a MOA signed between DepEd and NEA on February 5, 2025. Under that 2025 GAA, an amount of 1.295 billion was appropriated to fund the electrification of these schools under the account of DepEd, but already transferred to NEA just last December for the information. So continuing this commitment, another special provision, number 2, in the 2026 GAA also allocates another 1.295 billion under the National Rural Electrification Program, ensuring the continued implementation of the DepEd schools electrification projects of the current fiscal year. So we have here in the slides two timelines for implementing the 2025 GAA and the 2026 GAA. Next slide, please. So we have a tie-up with the University of the Philippines, College of Engineering, for the design of the school solar power system as plug-and-play solution, making it easy to deploy, operate, and maintain, particularly the schools located in remote and off-grid areas. Initially, the criteria we set here, Mr. Chair, is those off-grid schools that in the next 5 or 10 years could not have access to on-grid electricity. So basically, we started with that. And DepEd had an initial 4,000, about 4,000 of these schools unelectrified, and with that, some 1,043 were just those critical ones that really will not have access to on-grid electricity in the next 5 to 10 years. The rest will have a chance to be connected to the grid if ever. So we concentrated on the 1,043, and for the first year, some 300. That's for the 1.295 in the 2025 GAA. And then this year, 2026, another 300. So for the 1,043, that will take us about 3 years of implementation. So each SSPS unit shall consist of a solar photovoltaic array with 4 kilowatt peak minimum capacity and minimum, and because the design is scalable, and an energy storage system with a 10 kilowatt minimum inverter power output, and which could produce 12 kilowatt hours minimum storage battery, and associated electrical and control wirings, including distribution panel. For the design, next slide, please. This is the scalable design. For a 1 to 3 classroom, we call it SSPS1, we will have a 1 unit of the SPS, or the solar power system, which will also include a 4 kilowatt peak PV panel and a battery system. So the design would be a 1 by 10 kilowatt inverter and a 12 kilowatt hour battery. This is scalable towards going down. We have a 4 to 6 classroom, then we have a 7 to 10 classrooms design, and a 11 to 15 classrooms design, and a 16 to 20 classrooms design, and a 21 to 30 classrooms design. I will not go through each because it becomes too technical. Next slide, please. So initially, for the 2025 GAA, we were able to have this in 4 batches of 70 to 80 schools. Also, considering the number of engineers who will be who are assigned here, about 18 of our engineers are assigned in this implementation, collaborating with 2 technical engineers of DepEd for this implementation. So we have this in 4 batches, and according to how the documents were coming our way. The initial list the list was determined by DepEd for the information of everybody, and then just validated by our electric cooperatives. Next slide, please. So this is what will happen for the 2025 GAA. The 2025 GAA started its conceptualization in December 2024. So, and then in February 2025, there was the MOA signing between DepEd and ANEA. And then we had the pilot installation in June 2025, which pictures I will show at the end. Okay. Then in July, we had the publication of the terms of reference. Then the SARO, coming from the SARO for the 2025 GAA was approved in November 2025, and the money downloaded from DepEd to NEA just in December 2025. So that's why, although we had some activities, procurement activities prior to that, short of award, then in January, we started with the notice of awards and notice to proceed in February. Project implementation starts or will be completed in June for the 2025 GAA. You will notice that there will be an overlap as we go on, because we also intend that the 2026 GAA be completed within the same year. Next slide, please. So for the 2026 GAA, we already have cross-match or validated 177 schools, and the rest of more than 100 schools, completing the 300 more or less, are expected to be validated by the end of March. And there are 18, like I said, NEA personnel involved, and 2 from DepEd for the project monitoring and inspection in partnership with the electric cooperatives. Next slide, please. For the 2026 GAA, the validation is ongoing. Like I said, there are about 100 more remaining to complete the 300. We already have the 177. So by the end of the March, we are targeting that this will be complete for the 2026 GAA. And by April, we start with the procurement, and hopefully the SARO will come in so we can start with project implementation by July and finish it by the end of the year. So the project implementation usually takes about 6 to 9 months. So we have an overlap for both. Next slide, please. So here's the pilot project we did, which was done last June of 2025. So it's right now operating and being monitored. And actually, some of us will be going there again tomorrow to do some studies for further enhancement of the same. So I think that's the last slide. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Engineer. Tinatanong ko kayo si Willie kung gumagana yung solar. May kuryente ba talaga?
Opo, 24 hours.
That's the first time we used
May
it,
battery.
yung solar.
Yes, for
That's
schools.
the first 2025 was the first time we used solar at schools.
Pilot pa lang ito,
Pilot pa lang
Mr.
siya?
Chair, from donors, from the electric cooperative and the NEA account.
Okay, but for 2025, we did not use solar.
Wala pa, sir. Now,
It's,
we will be implementing now.
2025 is the traditional grid extension, grid connection. 2025.
For schools?
For schools.
Sure. Wala pa.
For the electrification.
For schools, not yet, sir. For 2025. We
So
will
yung
be
traditional
doing.
nga. Yung diba
Traditional
there's
pa.
1.2 billion 2025 to electrify schools, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So that's the traditional grid connection.
No, not yet, sir. We will, it's for the off-grid still, but we will just do the construction now.
No. For the 2025 budget.
Yes, yes.
For schools.
Yes, sir.
How are the schools connected? How are the schools electrified?
Also off-grid.
Off-grid siya.
By solar. Using solar.
Solar rin.
Oh,
Solar for
solar.
2025.
With batteries. The same. Solar with batteries.
Yeah, go ahead, Yusek.
Please go ahead.
We transferred 1.295 billion to NEA by virtue of a memorandum of agreement to implement the electrification in the last mile schools.
Right.
Okay. But all of these are for solar.
Yes.
They are actually off grid.
Yes.
And we tap the cooperatives, electric cooperatives in those areas
Right.
to implement the electrification, which is solar.
Right,
So the
sir.
2025 is solar.
Yes.
The 2026 is also solar.
Yes po. Kasi there are 1,000 plus, right?
Yeah, I just would like to ask Senator, kasi Mr. Chair, kasi originally in the special provision, we would like to note whether the 1.295 billion also include the upgrading of existing on-grid schools, because that was our original proposal in the GAA. Parang nawala yata. Kasi wala na po dun sa aming ano eh.
Mr. Chair, the 2025 did not
2026,
include.
sir. 2026.
2026 it did include. So we can do, while we are validating now, we can do an on-grid.
So the provision that
Provides.
it should include upgrading for existing on-grid,
Yes, it
is
provides.
also possible.
Yeah,
Okay.
it
And that has
provides.
not been deleted in the special provision.
It's
Okay.
there.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like also to request for, since this is a memorandum of agreement, the implementation, and we transfer the fund by check yung natanggap ninyo, right?
I think,
diba?
yeah.
Chinekehan po namin yan. And so we would like, based on the timeline that was presented, project completion will be happening by June of 2026.
Yeah, for the 2025.
Yeah. So for the 2025. So
Yeah.
we would like to request an updated report on that, because it's still, while it is being transferred, the fund accountability is still at DepEd.
Yes.
So we would like to
noted on that.
secure monitoring on that particular aspect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good point, Yusek. Because in different agencies, not only DepEd, but some agencies, we transferred directly to the agencies implementing the project, so that we save time on the MOA, on the transfers. Because looking at your timetable, for example, in 2025, the 2025 GAA budget, the project completion will be June of 2026. So
Hopefully,
almost a year and a half. No? In which the MOA came 2 months after, and then yung SARO came 6 months after.
Mr. Chair, we did receive the 1.295 just in December of 2025. 2020, December 23.
But the SARO came out November. November, almost 1 year. Almost 1 year.
No, November 2025.
25. So we hope that this new scheme that we are doing, transferring directly to the agencies, will cut the time, will make it shorter, cut the time to 1 year, to a maximum of 1 year, and then make it more efficient. No? So based on your timeline, by December, tapos na yung mga
We
project.
will be done by both,
Oo.
hopefully. We will do a report and we'll update you on this.
But I think just like PCC and NDA, I suggest you create a technical working group so that the reporting mechanisms will be seamless.
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are 2 engineers actually involved in DepEd.
Yeah, go ahead, Yusek.
Meron lang po kami, we're developing a system where we can do the updating and monitoring. So the 2 engineers that we assigned to the electrification program will be asking to communicate on that. Doon po sa 2026 may SARO na po kaya? Wala pa rin. Yan ang medyo natin.
It's a
challenge
target
natin.
timeline.
Yeah. Thank you very much po. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. So it's good news that within the year, by December 2026, the fund allocated for 2026 will be realized. No, in terms of project completion. And the technology for solar, is it proven? Is it, are the end users happy at the end?
Mr. Chair, we would like to note that solar power, although we made it last year to be as bold as it was, but the solar energization of last mile schools has been happening for quite a while in the department. So for all of those last mile school na merong electrification, hindi na po generator set ang ginagamit namin. Talagang naglalagay na ng solar. At a minimum of at least 8 kilowatt for
right.
a single or
But with
two
solar,
classrooms.
kasi the most important there is maintenance
Yes po.
of batteries and
Batteries.
electrical.
Yeah. The batteries, Mr. Chair, are guaranteed for 10 years and 4,000 cycles.
Okay,
So,
and these
guaranteed
are
for 10
maintained
years.
by NEA or by the electric co-op?
By the electric
Oh, yeah.
co-op.
Yan yung maganda,
Section.
electric co-op
This
nag-maintain.
time, yeah.
Oo. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the update, and it's good news that we'll see fruits by December of 2026. We also invited the National Academy of Sports. This is an agency under DepEd, yung NAS, National Academy of Sport, attached agency of DepEd. And we invited NAS because of its perennial habit of underspending. No? So, but even nag-underspend kayo, binigay namin full amount yung request nyo. No? So magkaka-underspending ba ang 2026?
Magandang hapon ho.
Because I'm also the
Right.
sponsor and author of this law, so I want to support the NAS, but you have to justify the budgets that you are getting and spend it. No, so we want to get. That's why we made a special request for your appearance to update us on your spending plan, because historically, I'll just flash this. No? Historically, diba? Yes. Okay. Slide 52. Historically, it has low utilization rate, 18%, 19%, 50%, 35%. I understand it's a new entity. No? I understand you're building many things, but we also need to improve on our utilization and management. No? So can you give us an update on your spending plan?
Maraming salamat po, Chair. Truth to be told, I just started the job at the National Academy of Sport yesterday. But you are very correct that history really tells us that there was an underspending. But for today, I'm confident that we will be able to show you, at the very least, how the appropriated 546 million for 2026 will be spent judiciously. So for this afternoon, I'd like to pass the mic to our planning division head, Mr. Francis Mendoza, to guide us in the presentation that we prepared this afternoon.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
I remember during the budget deliberation, I think under DepEd, this was a major concern. No? But we want to support NAS. Ako, I believe in NAS.
That's right.
But you have to help me believe in you, or else
Yes.
magkakaproblema tayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I'm hoping that from today henceforth ay hindi ho magiging problema ng spending sa NAS. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, good afternoon. I have the honor to present to you the National Academy of Sports. We're 5 years old, enacted through RA 11470 last June 9, 2020. And our main goal is to develop athletic skills and talents of students in world-class sports facilities at par with international standards. Next slide, please. So currently, we have 237 student athletes. 111 of them are female and 118 of them are male. On the next slide, you'll see the distribution of our student athletes nationwide. and of the distribution of the focus sports that we have at the Academy for school year 2025-2026. On the next slide, our medal tally for 2025 of the two competitions that our students participated in the previous year. We have already a total of 1,000, more than 1,000 medals in our cap. And as part of our commitment to not underspend and ensure that the operations of the Academy continues, on the next slide po is our commitment of the major spending program that we have for 2026. So for training and competitions, we have allotted 101 million. Then for our sports nutrition meals, we have 67.5 million. For the sports equipment and uniform of our student athletes, that's 21 million. A laboratory package for the implementation of our science programs at 18.6 million pesos, and the lease of our property, since wala pa po kaming dormitory where our student athletes reside, is at 57 million. Yun pong items on on sports nutrition meals and yung lease po of the student athletes dormitory will be procured using competitive bidding and lease of venue, which will commence sa Q2 po of this fiscal year, because it's the start of the new school year for the National Academy of Sports. On the next slide po are our spending programs for items or spending which are below 10 million, which does not need approval from the, or which are mostly operational po, Mr. Chair, na hindi po kailangan ng approval ng aming Board of Trustees. So yan din po yung mga mode of procurement that we'll be using. And on the next slide po, ang distribution po niya, Mr. Chair, for the first quarter, we're committed to spend 42.06% of our allotment. On the second quarter, we plan to spend 48.97%. And on the remaining two quarters po, 7.93 and 1.04%. So that will be able to reach the ideal spending capacity of the agency. So ito pong pinapakita naming spending program are exclusive of our PS and our professional services allocation. And on the next slide po, we'll be showing you our approved program outcomes for fiscal year 2026. So our organizational outcome po is focused on access to quality and enhanced secondary education and high-quality sports training program in world-class facilities, enabling our student athletes to excel in their respective sports and pursue their chosen future education, profession, or career achieved. For our outcome indicators, number one, percentage of student athletes meeting the learning standards. Since hindi, for school year 2025-2026, currently po nasa 237, so we're meeting this target. Ang learning standards po is based on our SA's contract with us, scholarship contract with us, that they should maintain an 80% grade point average in their academic studies and 85% sports assessment grade in their sports training program. For our retention rate of student athletes po, it's pegged at 88%. In the previous school year po kasi, our attrition rate, students who are transferring to other schools, hindi naman po sila necessarily nagda-drop out, is at 14%. So we're trying to reduce it po to 12% for this school year, and I think we could achieve this po because we still have 237 students from grade 7 to 11. And the percentage of student athletes qualifying in international or national competitions, we peg it po at 80% or 200 of the 250 students that we targeted. And for our program outcomes po on the output indicators on the next slide, a total number of 4 profiled NAS programs. Ito po yung aming admission program, our sports development program or our training program, our student athlete support services program, and our curriculum delivery and development. So our target po is 250 admitted or trained student athletes and 2 NAS campus sports facilities to be certified to international standards. So currently po yung 2 na ito are our athletic stadium and our aquatic center na ginamit po noong 2019 SEA Games sa New Clark City. So continuously po, NAS, on the next slide po is our monitoring and evaluation program. So we regularly conduct our program implementation review para po sa submission namin ng Budget Accountability Report and Agency Performance Review for submission to our Board of Trustees and the Department of Budget and Management. Dito rin po namin minomonitor, Mr. Chair, yung aming spending capacity for each quarter to be able for us to comply with our spending capacity. And we're currently developing po our online data collection and management tool, which is under my division. And included din po on the next slide is our compliance to the Transparency Seal Program. Ito po yung makikita sa nas.edu.ph/transparency. So ito po yung transparency board ng mga agencies. And moving forward po, we already have an approved policy on the establishment of our regional campuses, satellite branches, and partner schools. It was approved by the Board of Trustees last December 12, 2025. We're refining po some of the provisions and comments by the board in the final output of our policy. And dun naman po sa Sports Integrated Secondary Education Program, we are at the phase po of public consultation and our final review with our Bureau of Curriculum Development of the DepEd dun sa pag-implement po namin ng curriculum. And lastly po, we are already on the finalization stage of our sports development program. On the next slide po are the continuous improvement of our campus. Though yung capital outlay po on the construction of facilities are with BCDA. So yun pong aming high-performance building, our staff residence and gymnastics hall is at 92.98% complete. So waiting na lang po kami dun sa remaining around 7% that has to be complied with para po ma-turn over sa amin at magamit na po ng mga students yung mga buildings na ito. And on the last slide po, which will dramatically reduce our lease agreement, kasi po nagli-lease po kami currently ng aming student dormitory. So awarded na po noong February 18, 2026. Again, the funding po is from BCDA. Sa construction po ng 4-story student dormitory for the National Academy of Sports. So with that po, that's the status po of our spending program, Mr. Chair, sa National Academy
Thank you,
of Sports.
Mr. Mendoza. I was looking at your budget. Wala kayong capital outlay, di ba? Because the capital outlay, the building is lodged under BCDA.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So what you have to spend is really MOE. No?
Tama po, Mr.
So
Chair.
that's why there should be no more reason for the underspending.
Yes, sir.
Because MOE is easier to spend.
Yes, sir. As presented earlier, mai-gastos naman ho ito ng maayos ngayong taon ng 2026.
Okay. And then how much is your continuing? May continuing pa yan eh. I'm sure malaki pa.
77 million po yung minana galing 2025.
Okay. And then that's already programmed. Meron ng
Opo,
program
integrated into the 2026 spending na po.
yan. Okay. And based on your spending program, you'll be able to spend this 487 million in MOE.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's in tandem with the capital outlay.
Tama po, Mr.
Sige.
Chair.
All right, sige. Just be reminded because this is always a problem. But I think we've learned the ropes. I think wala nang yung learning curve because you've been there for 5 years already. So there should be no more reason for the underspending moving forward.
That's correct, Chair. Having said all of these things, please expect a more generous funding request for next year po. Thank you.
Tingnan natin. It depends on how much you spend. Actually, initially this was cut by DBM. Alam niyo yan, di ba? Your original NEP was cut by, your original request was cut by DBM. No? Dito yun. In the NEP, it's 246 million, and then we raised it to 540. That was your original request, because nga we want to support the NAS. It was cut by DBM because of the underspending. No?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
That's why if you don't spend it, I'm sure DBM will cut it again. All right. Okay, so one more program that I want to ask DepEd is the GASP program, which is a significant program under the DepEd. It's for 2026. It's 41 billion pesos. Let me just flash it. No, it was not increased or decreased by Congress. No, status quo lang siya. But I noticed, Yusek Edson, that the utilization, yan, no? 41 billion. Utilization over the years has gone down, even the obligation rate. What is the reason for the utilization going down? Is it because of the, next slide, because of the problems that we are seeing in mga ghost students? Is it the validation takes time to validate? So can you give us an explanation on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the GASP programs, there are a lot of factors in play. First, of course, meron po yung mga ghost students nga. So there are fewer, nabawasan po tayo ng binabayaran since nafa-flag na po, nauhuli na natin sila. So bumababa po. There are also reasons na, for instance, hindi how do I say this? Hindi na kaya na mag-top up ng students. So hindi na sila nag-apply sa private school. So public lang po sila. So yun po. And then there are also issue on the timing. Kasi po paminsan po yung billing would come November, December, and then may cash requirements po. So may napaprioritize. So ang payment na to would happen January, February of the next year, which is like, for instance, now I'm signing a lot of payment for GASP for the previous year. Ang sa GASP po kasi, the obligation, the disbursement, and payment, almost in one go lang po yung signing po nun. Otherwise, ang daming, sobrang dami talaga ng documents na to, Mr. Chair. So, that's what we do, isang bagsakan yung bawat pile of documents, pile of schools. Doon ako magpipirma ng ORSDV, LDDAP. It's one-time payment. So yung obligation nun, not necessarily nare-record on the year when it was incurred. So namumove po siya. So ngayon, January, February, March, even March, may mga billings pa po ako na pinipirmahan. So we're in fact right, we just had our finance mancom yesterday. I think may 6 billion pa nga na parating sa office ko po. So may mga ganong issue lang po na technicalities.
Isip ko baka bumababa pa yung enrollment sa mga GASP programs like ESC, voucher program. Itong dalawa lang mang pinakamalaki, ESC and voucher program. Is it going down or is it because of the additional audit or additional audit procedures or additional validation procedures, bumabagal siya.
I may have to validate, Mr. Chair, but for ESC, I'm almost sure na bumaba po siya because medyo may kababaan na po yung subsidy amount natin. It's just 9 to 13,000 for ESC.
So meaning their top-up is bigger.
The top-up is bigger, so medyo
So the number of students bumababa talaga.
bumababa rin po.
Okay.
Sa senior high school, I don't think bumababa, but yun nga, may nafa-flag tayo na ghost. And I think even organically, mas mababa po yung total enrollment na ng department. Parang, we used to have 27 million, now it's 26, 25 million. So bumaba talaga yung students po. Overall, yes po.
That's not good. Pag bumaba yung students overall.
I'm not sure if it's population or for others.
Historically, tuloy-tuloy yan. Historically, we
Bumaba.
grow at least 1 million students a year.
Yes.
Historically, more or less.
So sinubukan po namin hanapin bakit nga po 27 yung previous year, this year 26 million lang. But apparently kahit habaan namin yung nag-extend na kami ng deadline for inputting yung mga students, talagang yun lang yung number na naabot namin eh.
I would imagine during the pandemic that is the problem, but ngayon we have fully recovered. No, the reason why I'm asking is it because of the enrollment. If the enrollment for GASP, particularly ESC and voucher programs going down, then there's room to save amounts this coming year. Yun yung chain of thought ko.
Yes po, but we're also already studying increasing the subsidy amount po to make it more competitive.
Yeah, admittedly, the subsidy has not been raised for a very, very long time. No, yun yung isang problem kaya no one is availing, especially in the congested schools. No?
Yes po.
Even though you target the congested schools, but if the top up is too much,
wala rin.
they won't move. No, they won't move.
Correct.
Okay.
And actually, yun nga po, the GASP program is also one of our approach to address yung classroom shortage
Correct.
natin.
Yeah.
So it's one of our levers.
Correct. So if the school year is 2026 to 2027, you start paying at the end of 2027? So mid-year of 2027?
October, November, December, around
of 2027.
2026, this year.
If at the school year is 2025-2026, school year 25-26.
Mga October 2025.
Ang
start ng payment.
Ang payment for the first semester.
Ang payment po kasi natin, Mr. Chair, is just one time for both sems. That's why we do not want
for 1 year.
For 1 year po.
That's a problem if the student will drop out.
Yes, yan po yung naka-flag namin. That's why we have a lot of monitoring na po ngayon. I think there are 5 monitoring, including end of the school year or second semester.
So in other words, we're paying in advance.
Late for first sem, but in advance for second semester.
Advance for second sem.
Yes.
But if the student will drop out or transfer, second sem.
We request, actually yun nga po, under our guidelines, we are requesting for refund for the whole year. But with the revised guidelines to be issued, we're doing parang prorating kasi kawawa naman po yung private schools natin who really taught, di ba?
Yeah, tsaka administratively, ang hirap niyan.
And while we want to do per semester, Mr. Chair, ang dami lang talaga ng documents if we do it.
Yeah.
Yun na lang talaga gagawin ko.
Initially kasi it was a semester basis eh.
Yes.
Kaya the budget before there was a timing issue before.
Right.
A timing issue before. Okay. But what is the reason? Yun ang what is the reason why its utilization is going down?
Actually, it's not.
Kung October ang payment for that 1 year,
October ang start, but it's really ongoing kasi more or less every file na pinipirmahan ko na ganyan kakapal, that's just 10 schools. And then ang dami, ongoing lang talaga. Since October last year, pumipirma pa rin ako ng GASP up to this year.
No,
and not because of the mabagal or may validation, cash issues, mga ganong matters.
Kasi nakita pababa siya eh. So we need to resolve this matter, especially the amounts are not small, no?
Yes po.
But ang naririnig ko because of our hearing sa GASP is because of the admin side, the validation side.
Yes.
No? It's an offshoot of because of this
Mas
mga
strict
go
na.
students naging mas mahigpit.
Yes
In
po.
other words, maraming validation nangyayari.
But in terms of the per student physical count, I don't think it's substantially that lower naman po. It's more of time recording lang po, timing. Kasi nga po, Mr. Chair, the budgeting natin po is as calendar year and then ito po school year tapos towards the end na. Paminsan po admittedly ang GASP, ORS disbursement and the LDDAP for that na push back siya because we have to pay other obligations din po. So yun po yung nangyayari. So most
hindi
likely
pa- hindi-
magre-reflect yan sa next year.
So hindi pa sigurado October na babayaran. Minsan lumalampas pa.
May mga nababayaran na October but karamihan talaga lumalagpas.
Kaya nga
Kaya
mababa
bumababa,
siya.
yes. But
Kasi
not,
that is for the year.
yes po, but it's not necessarily substantially bumaba po yung nag-avail po nung ating program.
Can you look at the admin side? Baka
Yes po.
may problem because my goal here is to
Yes.
improve, of course, hindi lang kayo, no? Lahat.
Yes.
To improve utilization, flag agencies on low utilization rate kagaya
Yes
ng
po.
NAS, no?
For instance po, Mr. Chair, I think if I'm not mistaken, if we look at the GAA of 2024, I think nahabol siya last year, almost 100% na utilize po yung funds nun. If we're looking at GAA on the GAA basis, kasi nga po, tumatawid talaga yung payment namin dyan.
Pag tumawid siya, it's not recorded eh.
Opo, yes.
It's not recorded. Ibig sabihin recorded siya pero mababa.
Mababa, correct,
Mababa
correct.
siya. Nagagamit naman. Na-utilize.
Yes.
It's just the utilization.
That's true, that's
Kasi
true
we
po.
operate on although 2-year ang ating validity, but obviously we want to, lalo na pag
Correct.
MOE, we want to use it 1 year.
Yeah, yes po. And the peculiarity po talaga sa GASP, sabay-sabay po ORS disbursement and the payment. Unlike other programs na una yung obligation lang natin. So technically in a sense obligated
if you look
talaga
at the
siya.
graph, parang pareho siya eh. No? It has the same behavior.
Yes.
Kasi sabay lumalabas
Kasi
eh.
sabay sila, yes.
Oo. Yeah. Analyze nyo na lang to, Yusek, because again, pagdating ng budget season, I'm sure
Definitely.
this will come out again.
Yes.
So everyone will be asking this, but we want to see improvements in the utilization.
Yes.
Look at your administrative side, and if there's room to make it more efficient so that we raise these amounts. I remember before, hindi ganito. I remember
Yes, 90
mataas
plus
before.
percent.
90 plus
90
eh.
plus, yes, yes.
Oh, 90 plus. I'll get the historical, but I remember before when we because I tracked the DepEd budget.
Yeah, like 97 to 99% yan eh in the except for this year and last year.
Yeah, like for example,
Yeah.
in 2023 is 88%.
Yes.
2022 93%. 2021 100%. So meaning that's the same year na babayaran.
Yes.
So nagkaroon ng problema eh. Prior to 2022, it's almost 100% every time eh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sige. If sige, if there's we'll have an executive session on that But I'm just putting it on record that prior to that 100% siya. Kaya nga never namin tinatanong tong GASP because it was quite efficient. The problem before was the utang. Nagkakaroon ng utang siya. But nahabol rin yun eh. Nahabol rin siya. So just look at this, and my view here is we have a problem to fix. No? Okay. All right. With that, I've covered all the major programs of DepEd. Hindi ko mako-cover lahat. Abot tayo isang linggo sa dami. No? So, but just as a reminder, also in the general provision, there are transparency requirements across all agencies under the law. So make sure that we practice the transparency requirements. beyond the transparency seal, kanina nakita ko ang DepEd meron bukas project bukas, so upload as many data, as many documents as possible to practice transparency. This is part of the introduction that we put in the General Appropriations Act. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Maraming salamat. Feel free to send us documents related to spending. This is a continuous effort of the Finance Committee, and we'll do this across different agencies. So maraming salamat po. This hearing is hereby suspended.